sanctified, Caesarian, Catholic Majesty, the Emperor Don Carlos, our Lord King, Most High Majesty, preeminent among princes, from this city of Mexico, capital of New Spain, this eve of Corpus Christi, in the year of our Lord 1531. Greeting. We write this with woe and anger and contrition. In our last letter, we expressed our elation at our sovereign's sage observation regarding the possible, nay, the seemingly irrefutable, resemblance between the Indians' deity called Quetzalcoatl and our Christian Saint Thomas. Alas, we must now, with chagrin and embarrassment, impart some bad news. We hasten to say that no doubt has been cast upon your most benevolent Majesty's brilliant theory per se, but we must tell you that your devoted chaplain was overly impetuous in adducing evidence to support that hypothesis. What seemed to us certain proof of our sovereign's supposition was the otherwise unaccountable presence here of the host, secreted in that native-made pyx at the ancient city of Tula. We have but recently learned, from listening to our resident Aztec's narrative, as your Majesty will learn from reading the transcribed pages herewith, that we were deceived by what was no more than a superstitious act of the Indians, committed only a comparatively few years ago, and they were abetted in that by an evidently failed or apostate Spanish priest who had earlier dared an unspeakably profane act of larceny. Wherefore, we have regretfully written to the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide, confessing our gullibility, and requesting that they ignore that false item of evidence. Since all the other apparent links between St. Thomas and the mythical feathery snake are purely circumstantial, it is to be expected that the Congregatio will, at least until more tenable proofs are forthcoming, dismiss your Majesty's suggestion that the Indian deity could in reality have been the Apostle Thomas, making an evangelical sojourn in this new world. It grieves us to make such a disheartening report, but we maintain that it was not the fault of our eagerness to make even more evident the astuteness of our most admired Majesty. It was entirely the fault of this ape of an Aztec. He was aware that we had come into possession of that pyx containing the sacrament, preserved fresh and intact, and, as we judged, for perhaps 15 centuries. He was aware of the marveling excitement which it engendered in us, and in every other Christian in these lands. The Indian could at that time have told us how that object came to be where it was found. He could have averted our premature exclamations over that discovery, and the many church services held to celebrate it, and the high reverence in which we held that apparently divine relic. Above all, he could have prevented our making a fool of ourselves by so hurriedly and mistakenly reporting the matter to Rome. But no. The despicable Aztec watched all the excitement and jubilation, no doubt with concealed and malicious merriment, and said not a word to disabuse us of our joyous misapprehensions. Not until too late, and in the chronological course of his narrative, and only casually, does he make mention of the true origin of those communion wafers, and the manner of their having been secreted at Tula. We ourselves feel sufficiently humiliated. knowing how our superiors at Rome will be amused by or disparaging of our having been victimized by a hoax. But we feel immeasurably more contrite because, in our haste to inform the Congregatio, we seemed to impute a similar gullibility to our most respected emperor and king, albeit the deed was done with all good intent of giving your majesty due credit for what should have been a reason for rejoicing among Christians everywhere. We beg and trust that you will see fit to put the blame for our mutual embarrassment where it belongs, on the tricksome and treacherous Indian, whose silence, it is now evident, can be almost as outrageous as some of his utterances. In the next pages, if you can believe it when you read it, sire, he uses the noble Castilian language as an excuse to speak words which surely have never before been deliberately inflicted on the ears of any other bishop anywhere. Perhaps our liege will now take cognizance that, when this creature so brazenly makes jape of your majesty's vicar, there can be no question but that, by extension, he makes jape of your majesty as well, and not at all unintentionally. Perhaps, sire, you will at last agree that the day is considerably overdue when we might dispense with the employment of this depraved old barbarian, whose unwelcome presence and unwholesome disclosures we have now endured for more than a year and a half. Please to forgive the brevity and acrimony and unmannerly curtness of this communication, your majesty. We are at present too vexed and discomposed to write at greater length, or with the mansuetude fitting to our holy office. May all the goodness and virtue that shine from your radiant majesty continue to illumine the world. Such is the prayer of your SCCM's devoted, if chastened, chaplain. Ecce signum. Sumeraga. Yo! After so long neglect, your Excellency joins us once again. But I believe I can divine the reason. I am now about to speak of those new-come gods, and gods clearly are of interest to a man of God. We are honored by your presence, my Lord Bishop, and not to demand too much of your Excellency's valuable time, I will hasten my tale to that encounter with those gods. I will only digress to tell of a meeting with one small and lesser being on the road, for that being was later to prove not small at all. I left Tenochtitlan on the day after the day I had returned to it, and I left in style. Since the fearsome smoking star was not in evidence in the daytime, the streets were crowded with people, and they ogled my parade of departure. I wore my ferociously beaked helmet and feathered armor of an eagle knight, and I carried my shield, bearing the feather-worked symbols of my name. However, as soon as I had crossed the causeway, I entrusted those things to the slave who carried my flag of rank and my other regalia. I put on more comfortable clothing for the journey, and did not again dress in all my finery, except when we came to one or another important community along the way, where I wished to impress the local ruler with my own importance. The Yue Tlatoani had provided a gilded and bejeweled litter in which I rode whenever I tired of walking, and another litter full of gifts for me to present to the Shiyu chief, Ah Tutal, besides other gifts which I was to present to the gods, if gods they proved to be, and if they did not scorn such offerings. In addition to my litter-bearers and the porters carrying our travel provisions, I was accompanied by a troop of Motegozoma's tallest, most robust, and imposing palace guards, all of them formidably armed and magnificently garbed. I need hardly say that no bandits or other villains dared to attack such a train. I need hardly describe the hospitality with which we were received and regaled at every stop along our route. I will recount only what happened when we spent one night at Quetzalcoatlus, that market town on the northern coast of the narrowest land between the two great seas. I and my party arrived near sunset on one of the town's apparently busiest market days, so we did not push into its center to be quartered as distinguished visitors. We merely made camp in a field outside the town, where other late-arriving trains were doing the same. The one that settled nearest ours was the train of a slave trader herding to market a considerable number of men, women, and children. After our company had eaten, I sauntered over to the slave camp, half thinking that I might find a suitable replacement for my late servant Starsinger, and that I might strike a good bargain if I bought one of the men before they went up for bidding in the town market on the morrow. The Pocatecatl told me he had acquired his human herd, by ones and twos, from such inland Olmeca tribes as the Coatlicamac and Copilco. His string of male slaves was literally a string. They traveled and rested and ate and even slept, all linked together by a long rope threaded through each man's pierced nose septum. The women and girls, however, were left free to do the work of making the camp, laying the fires, doing the cooking, fetching water and wood and such. As I strolled about, idly eyeing the wares, one young girl carrying a jug and a gourd dipper shyly approached me and sweetly asked, "Would my Lord Eagle Knight care for a refreshing drink of cool water? At the far side of the field there is a clear river running to the sea, and I dipped this long enough ago that all the impurities have settled." I looked at her across the gourd as I sipped. She was plainly a back-country girl, short and slender, not very clean, dressed in a knee-length blouse of cheap sackcloth. But she was not coarse or dark of complexion. In a soft and unformed adolescent way, she was quite pretty. She was not, like every other female in the neighborhood, chewing sectly, and she was obviously not as ignorant as might have been expected. "You addressed me in Nahuatl," I said. "How do you come to speak it?" The girl put on a woebegone expression and murmured, "One does much traveling, being repeatedly bought and sold. It is at least an education of sorts. I was born to the Coatlicamac tongue, my lord, but I have learned some of the Maya dialects and the trade language of Nahuatl." I asked her name. She said, "Que Malinali." "One grass?" I said. "That is only a calendar date, and only half a name." "Yes," she sighed tragically. "Even the slave children of slave parents receive a 7th birthday name, but I never did. I am less than a slave born of slaves, Lord Knight. I have been an orphan since my birth." She explained. Her unknown mother was some Kotli Kamatl drab, made pregnant by some unknown one of the many men who had straddled her. The woman had given birth in a farm furrow one day while working in the fields, as casually as she would have defecated, and had left the newborn infant there, as uncaringly as she would have left her excrement. Some other woman, less heartless, or perhaps herself childless, had found the abandoned baby before it perished, and had taken it home and given it succor. But who that kindly rescuer was, I no longer remember, said K. Malinali. I was still a child when she sold me, for maize to eat, and I have been passed from owner to owner since then. She put on the look of one who had suffered long but persevered. I know only that I was born on the day 1 grass, in the year 5 house. I exclaimed, Why, that was the very day and year of my own daughter's birth in Tenochtitlan. She too was K. Malinali until she became Zayanya Nochipa at the age of 7. You are small for your age, child, but you are precisely the age she... The girl interrupted excitedly. Then perhaps you would buy me, Lord Knight, to be personal maid and companion to your young lady daughter. I mourned. That other K. Malinali. She died nearly 3 years ago. Then buy me to be your house servant, she urged, or to wait upon you as your daughter would have done. Take me with you when you return to Tenochtitlan. I will do any kind of work, or, she demurely lowered her eyelashes, any not daughterly service my lord might crave. I was drinking again from the dipper at that moment, and I spluttered the water. She said hastily, Or you can sell me in Tenochtitlan, if my lord is perhaps beyond the age of such cravings. I snapped, Impudent little vixen, the women I crave I do not have to buy. She did not cringe at my words. She said boldly, And I do not wish to be bought just for my body. Lord Knight, I have other qualities. I know it, and I yearn for the opportunity to make use of those qualities. She grasped my arm to emphasize her pleading. I want to go where I will be appreciated for more than just my being a young female. I want to try my fortunes in some great city. I have ambitions, my lord. I have dreams. But they are vain if I am condemned to be forever a slave in these dreary provinces. I said, A slave is a slave, even in Tenochtitlan. Not always, not necessarily forever, she insisted. In a city of civilized men, my worth and intelligence and aspirations could perhaps be recognized. A lord might elevate me to the status of concubine, and then even make me a free woman. Do not some lords free their slaves when they prove deserving? I said they did. Even I had once done so. Yes, she said, as if she had run some concession from me. She squeezed my arm, and her voice became wheedling. You do not require a concubine, Lord Knight. You are a man, stalwart and handsome enough that you need not buy your women. But there are others, old or ugly men, who must and do. You could sell me at a profit to one of those in Tenochtitlan. I suppose I should have sympathized with the child. I too had once been young and brimming with ambition, and I had yearned to try the challenge of the greatest city of them all. But there was something so hard and intense about the way in which Kay Malinali tried to ingratiate herself that I found her less than appealing. I said, "You seem to have a very high opinion of yourself, girl, and a very low opinion of men." She shrugged. Men have always used women for their pleasure. Why should not one woman use men for her advancement? Although I do not like the act of sex, I can pretend to. Although I have not yet been often used, I have become quite good at it. If that talent can help lift me from slavery, well, I have heard that a concubine of a high lord may enjoy more privilege and power than his legitimate first lady. And even the revered speaker of the Meshika collects concubines, does he not? I laughed. Little bitch, you have high ambitions indeed. She said tartly, I know I have more to offer than a hole between my legs that is still invitingly tight and tender. A man can buy a Tachichi bitch and get that. I disengaged her grip on my arm. Know this, girl. Sometimes a man may keep a dog just to have an affectionate companion. I discern no capacity for affection in you. A Tachichi can also be a nourishing meal. You are not clean or appetizing enough to be cooked. You are articulate for one of your age and low origins, but you are only a backwoods brat with nothing to offer except windy boasts and ill-concealed greed, and a pathetic notion of your own importance. You admit that you do not even like to employ that vaunted tight hole of yours, which is your only worth. If you exceed any of your sister slaves in any respect, it is merely in vainglorious presumption. She raged at me. I can go yonder to the river and wash myself clean, make myself appetizing, and you would not reject me. In fine clothes, I can pass for a fine lady. I can pretend affection, and make even you believe it genuine. She paused, then sneered. What other woman has ever done otherwise with you, my lord, when she aspired to be something more than a receptacle for your chipuli? My fingers twitched to punish her impertinence, but the grubby slave was too nearly grown to be spanked like a child, and too young to be whipped like an adult. So I only put my hands on her shoulders, but I held her hard enough to hurt, and I said between my teeth, It is true that I have known other females like you, venal and deceitful and perfidious, but I have known others who were not. One of them was my daughter, born to the same name you wear, and had she lived, she would have made it a name to be proud of. I could not suppress my rising anger, and my voice rose with it. Why did she die, and you live? I shook that Kay Malinali so fiercely that she dropped the water jar. It broke with a crash and a splash, but I paid no heed to that portent of misfortune. I shouted so loudly that heads turned throughout the camp, and the slave trader came running to beg that I not mishandle his merchandise. I think, in that moment, I had been briefly granted the vision of a farseer, and it had shown me a glimpse of the future, because what it showed was this: you will make that name vile and filthy and contemptible, and all people will spit when they speak it. I note your Excellency's impatience at my dwelling on an encounter that must seem meaningless. But the episode, though brief, was not trivial. Who that girl was, and who she became in womanhood, and what was the ultimate outcome of her precocious ambitions, all those things are of utmost significance. But for that child, Your Excellency might not now be our excellent Bishop of Mexico. I had forgotten her myself by the time I fell asleep that night, under the ill-omened smoking star that hung in the black sky above. The next day, I and my company moved on, beyond Coetzacoalcos, and kept to the coast, passing through the cities of Xicalonca and Quimpec, and at last we came to the place where the presumed gods waited, in the town called Tijo, capital of the Xiyu branch of the Maya people, at the northern extremity of the Ulumilcuts Peninsula. On arrival, I was attired in all the splendor of my Eagle Knight regalia, and of course we were respectfully received by the personal guard troops of the Xiyu chief, Atutal, and we were conducted through the streets of the all-white city in solemn procession to his palace. It was not much of a palace. One does not expect much grandeur among any of the remnant Maya. But its one-floor, thatched-roof buildings of adobe brick were, like the rest of the town, brightly whitewashed with lime, and the palace buildings were arranged in a square around a commodious inner court. Atutal, a superbly cross-eyed gentleman of about my age, was properly impressed by the magnificence of the gifts sent him by Moctezuma, and I was properly feasted with a welcoming banquet. And while we ate, he and I conversed on matters like his health and mine, and that of all our various living friends and relations. We could not have cared a little finger for such trivial exchanges. The purpose was to measure my grasp of the local dialect of the Maya tongue. When we had more or less determined the extent of my Xiyu vocabulary, we got to the reason for my visit. "Lord Mother," I said to him, for that ludicrous title is the proper way of addressing the chief of any community in those parts, "tell me, are they gods, these new-come strangers?" "Night Ek Muyal," said the mother, using the Maya version of my name. "When I sent word to your revered speaker, I was sure they must be. But now—" He made a face of uncertainty. I asked, "Could either of them be the long-gone god Quetzalcoatl, who promised to return? The god you call in these lands Kukulkan?" "No. At any rate, neither of the outlanders has the form of a feathered serpent." Then he sighed and shrugged and said, "In the absence of any marvelous aspect, how does one recognize a god? These two are passably human in appearance, though much hairier and larger than normal. They are bigger than you are." I said, according to tradition, other gods have often adopted human bodies for a visit to the mortal world. They might understandably choose bodies of intimidating appearance. Atutal went on. There were 4 in the strangely built canoe that was washed ashore on the beach north of here. But when they were brought in litters to Tiho, we discovered that 2 of them were dead. Can gods be dead? Dead, I mused. Could it be that they were not yet alive? Perhaps they were spare bodies the 2 live ones like to carry about with them, to slip into when they desire a change. That never occurred to me, Atutol said uncomfortably. Certainly their other habits and appetites are most peculiar, and their language is beyond our understanding. Would not gods who take the trouble to appear human also take the trouble to speak human language? There are many human languages, Lord Mother. They may have chosen to speak one that is not comprehensible in this region, but I may recognize it from my travels elsewhere. Lord Knight, the chief said, a trifle peevishly, you have as many arguments as a priest. But can you argue any reason why the 2 beings refused to bathe? I thought about it. In water, you mean? He gave me a look of wondering if Motekuzoma had sent his court fool as his emissary. He said, enunciating with careful precision, yes, in water. What else would I mean by bathing? I gave a polite cough and said, how do you know the gods are not accustomed to bathing in pure air, or in even purer sunlight? Because they stink, said Atutal, triumphantly and disgustedly at the same time. Their bodies smell of old odors and sweats and rancid breath and encrusted dirt. If that were not bad enough, they seem content to empty their bladders and bowels out the back window of their rooms, and content to let that ordure pile up out there, and content to live with the appalling stench of it. The 2 seem as unacquainted with cleanliness as they are unacquainted with freedom and with the good foods we provide. I said, what do you mean, unacquainted with freedom? Atutal pointed through one of the lopsided windows of his throne room, indicating another low building on the opposite side of the court. They are in there. They stay in there. I exclaimed, surely you do not keep gods in captivity. No, no, no. It is their own choice. I told you they behave most eccentrically. They have not emerged since their first arrival here, when they were allotted those quarters. I said, forgive the question, Lord Mother, but were they perhaps rudely treated when they first came? Atutal looked offended and said icily, from the very first they have been treated with cordiality, consideration, even reverence. As I said, 2 were dead when they got here, or convinced our best physicians that they were dead. So naturally, in accordance with civilized custom, we paid the dead every funeral honor and devotion, including the ceremonial cooking and eating of their most estimable parts and organs. It was at that time that the 2 live gods scuttled to their quarters, and they have sullenly stayed in there ever since. I hazarded a guess. Perhaps they were annoyed that you so hastily disposed of what might have been their extra bodies. Atutal threw up his hands in exasperation and said, "Well, their self-imposed seclusion would by now have starved the bodies they are wearing, if I did not regularly send to them servants bearing food and drink. Even so, the two eat only sparingly, of the fruits and vegetables and grains, not of any meat, not even delicacies like tapir and manatee. Night ek Muyal, I have tried assiduously to ascertain their preferences in all things, but I confess I am baffled. Take the matter of women." I interrupted. "Then they use women as mortal men do." Yes, he said impatiently. "According to the women, they are human and male in every particular, except their excessive hairiness. And I dare say any god equipped like a man is going to employ that equipment as a man does. If you think about it, Lord Knight, there are not a great many other ways for even a god to use it." "You are right, of course, Lord Mother. Do go on." "I have kept sending in women and girls, 2 at a time, but the Outlanders have retained none of them for more than 2 or 3 consecutive nights. They keep putting them out again, for me to send others in, I suppose, so I do. None of our women seems to satisfy either of them for long. If they are hoping and hinting for some particular or peculiar kind of woman, I have no way of knowing what it would be or where to get it. I tried sending in 2 pretty boys one night, and the guests made a frightful commotion and beat the boys and threw them out. By now, there are not many dispensable women left in Tiho or the surrounding countryside for me to try on them. They have already had the wives and daughters of just about every Shiu except myself and others of the nobility. Furthermore, I am risking a rebellion of all our women, since I must use brute force to propel even the lowliest female slave into that fetid den. The women say that the most unnatural and the worst thing about the strangers is that even their private parts are overgrown with hair, and that the Outlanders smell even more awful in that crotch of their bodies than in the reek of their breath or their armpits. Oh, I know that your revered speaker claims to consider me highly favored and humored to be the host of 2 gods, or whatever they are. But I wish Motekuzoma were here, so he could try his own skill at being custodian of 2 such pestiferous guests. I tell you, Knight Ek Muyal, I am beginning to find the honor more of a trial and a nuisance. And how long is it to go on? I no longer want them here, but I dare not turn them out. I thank all the other gods that I chose to house those 2 clear across the palace square. But even so, at the wind god's caprice, I get a whiff of those unwelcome beings, and it nearly knocks me to the ground. In another day or so, the stink will need no wind to help it crawl this far. Right now, some of my courtiers are dreadfully ill of a disease the physicians say they have never encountered before. I personally think we are all beginning to be poisoned by smelling those unclean strangers. And I strongly suspect the reason for Motekuzoma's having sent me so many rich gifts. He hopes to bribe me to keep those 2, and to keep them well downwind of his clean city. And I will say moreover, you have been tried indeed, Lord Mother, I put in hastily, to stop his recital of his woes. It is to your credit that you have borne this responsibility this long. But now that I am here, I may be able to make some helpful suggestions. First of all, before I am formally presented to those beings, I should like an opportunity of hearing their speech without their knowing that I hear. That is easy, Atrutal said grumpily. Just walk across the court and stand to one side of their window, where they cannot see you. During the day, they do nothing in there but jabber as incessantly as monkeys. Only I warn you, hold your nose. I smiled indulgently as I excused myself from his presence, for I assumed the mother was exaggerating in that respect, as in some of his other testy attitudes toward the Outlanders. But I was wrong. When I approached their quarters, the nauseating stench almost made me bring up the meal I had just eaten. I snorted to clear my nose, and then I did hold it pinched in my fingers as I hurried to flatten myself against the building's wall. There were voices murmuring within, and I sidled closer to the door opening, where I might be able to distinguish intelligible words. Of course, Your Excellency, at that time the sounds of the Spanish language meant nothing to me, as I soon verified by listening. But I knew that moment to be a historic moment, and I stood transfixed in a sort of awe, to hear and remember, as I do to this day, the emphatic words of a strange new being who might very well be a god. I swear by Santiago, I am sick of fucking bald cunts. And the other voice said, Ah, yeah. You startled me, Your Excellency. You leap with such agility for a man well into his age of never. I frankly envy your... With all respect, Your Excellency, I regret that I cannot retract the words or apologize for them, since they were not my words. I memorized them that day only in the way a parrot does, by repeating the sounds of them. A parrot might innocently call such sounds even in your cathedral church, Your Excellency, because a parrot cannot know what they signify. The most intelligent parrot could not possibly know, because a female parrot does not possess what you could properly call a... Very well, Your Excellency. I will belabor the matter no further, and I will refrain from repeating the exact sounds made by the other Outlander. But he said, in effect, that he likewise missed and longed for the services of a good Castilian whore, abundantly hairy in her nether parts. And that was all I could stay to overhear, without being sick from the smell and making my presence known. I hastened back to the throne room, gulping fresh air as I went, and there I told the chief Atrutal. You assuredly did not overstate the fact of their fragrance, Lord Mother. I must see them and try to speak with them, but I should definitely prefer to do that in the open. He said, I can have their next meal drugged and extract them from their den while they sleep. No need, I said. My guardsmen can drag them out right now. You would lay hands on the gods? "If they summon the lightning and strike us all dead," I said, "we will at least know they are gods." They did nothing of the sort. Though they struggled and squealed as they were forcibly brought from their quarters into the open courtyard, the two outlanders were not nearly so displeased as were my guardsmen, who could scarcely suppress their retching and gagging. And when the brawny captors released their grip, the two did not leap angrily about, or make threatening noises, or perform any recognizable sorceries. They fell to their knees before me, and they began to babble piteously, and they made strange gestures with their hands, first clasping them before their faces, then moving them in a repeated pattern. Of course, I know now that they were reciting over their clenched hands a prayer in the Christian Latin language, and that they were frantically sketching the sign of the Christian cross from forehead to heart to shoulders. Also, it did not take me long to divine that they had stayed hidden in the safety of their quarters because they had been affrighted by the Shiyu's well-intentioned disposition of their two dead companions. If the Outlanders had been terrified by the Shiyu, who are a people of gentle mien and simple costume, I could understand their being scared half to death when suddenly confronted by me and my Meshika, grim-faced big men, clearly warriors, fearsomely arrayed in our battle dress of helmets and plumes and obsidian weapons. For a time, I only stared at them through my seeing crystal, which made them quail even more abjectly. Though I am now well accustomed and resigned to the unappealing appearance of white men, I was not at that time, and I was both intrigued and repelled by the lime whiteness of their facial skin, because in our one world, white was the color of death and mourning. No human being was that color, except the infrequent Tlaxcali freak. Those two at least had humanly brown eyes and black or dark brown hair, but it was uncommonly curly, and the hair atop their heads merged into equally dense growths on their cheeks, upper lips, chins, and throats. The rest of them was concealed by what seemed an inordinate amount of clothing. I am now acquainted with shirts and doublets and pantaloons and gauntlets and jackboots and such things, but I still regard them as excessively clumsy, restrictive, and probably uncomfortable, in comparison with our men's simple and unencumbering everyday costume of loincloth and mantle. "Undress them," I commanded my guards, who grumbled and glared at me before they complied. The two Outlanders again struggled and squalled, and even more loudly, as if they were being flayed of their skin instead of cloth and leather. It was we watchers who might better have complained, since each layer that was removed let free a new and more ghastly wave of fetor. And when their boots were pulled off, when their boots came off, everyone else in the palace yard, myself included, retreated so hastily and so far that the two Outlanders stood cringing naked at the center of an extremely wide and distant circle of onlookers. I have earlier spoken superciliously of the filth and squalor of the Chichimeca desert dwellers, but I have explained that their dirtiness was a result of the circumstances in which they lived, and that they did bathe and comb and delouse themselves whenever they were able. The Chichimeca were garden flowers by comparison with the white men, who seemed to prefer their repulsiveness and to fear cleanliness as a mark of weakness or effeminacy. Of course, I speak of the white soldiers only, Your Excellency, all of whom, from the lowliest troopers to their commander Cortez, shared that gross eccentricity. I am not so well acquainted with the bathing habits of the better bred later arrivals, such as Your Excellency. But I early noticed that all such gentlemen liberally employ perfumes and pomades to give the sweet-smelling impression of being frequent bathers. The two outlanders were not giants, as Atutol's description might have led me to expect. Only one of them was actually bigger than I was, though the other was about my own size, meaning that they were indeed larger than the average male of these lands. But they stood hunched and quivering, as if awaiting the lash of a whip, and they cupped their hands over their genitals like a pair of maidens dreading ravishment, so the bigness of their bodies was less than impressive. Rather, they looked pitifully flimsy, for their body skin was even whiter than that of their faces. I said to Atutol, "I shall never be able to get close enough to interrogate them, Lord Mother, until they are washed. If they will not do it, it must be done to them." He said, "Having now smelled them undressed, Knight Ekmuyol, I must decline the loan of my bathing troughs or steam houses. I should have to destroy and rebuild them." "I quite agree," I said. "Simply bid your slaves bring water and soap, and do it right here." Although the chief's slaves used tepid water, smooth ash soap, and soft bathing sponges, the objects of their attention fought and screeched as if they were being greased for the cooking pit, or scolded in the way boars are made tender for the scraping off of their bristles. While that uproar was going on, I spoke to a number of the Tiho girls and women who had spent a night or more with the Outlanders. The females had learned a few words of their language, and told them to me, but they were only new words for the tepili, the tepuli, the sexual act, words not very useful for a formal interrogation. The woman also confided to me that the strangers' members were of a size proportionate to their big bodies, hence were admirably immense in erection, compared to the more familiar organs of the Shiyu man. Any woman would delight in having such a massive tepuli at her service, they said, were it not so rancid with a lifetime's accumulation of curds that a woman might vomit at sight or scent of it. As one girl remarked, only a female vulture could really enjoy coupling with such creatures. Nevertheless, the women averred, they had dutifully done their best to extend every sort of feminine hospitality, and they professed to be puzzled by the Outlanders' prim and disapproving rejection of some of their proffered intimacies. Clearly, said the women, the strangers knew only one mode and one position of taking or giving pleasure, and as bashfully and stubbornly as boys refused to essay any variations. Even if all other evidence had proclaimed the Outlanders to be gods, the testimony of the Shiyu women would have made me doubt. From what I knew of gods, they were not at all prudish about the manner of satisfying their lusts. So I early suspected that the strangers were something other than gods, though it was not until much later that I learned they were merely good Christians. Their ignorance and inexperience of sexual variety only reflected their adherence to Christian morality and normality, and I never knew any Spaniard to deviate from those strict standards, even during the boisterous act of committing rape. I can truthfully say that I never saw a single Spanish soldier rape one of our women, except in the one orifice and one position permissible to Christians. Even when the two outlanders were adjudged as clean as they could be made, short of their being boiled for a day or two, they still were not exactly pleasant company. The slaves could do little with soap and water to improve their green, mossy teeth and bad breath, for instance. But they were given clean mantles, and their own miasmic, almost crawling clothes were taken away to be burned. My guards brought the two to the corner of the courtyard, where Tall and I sat on low chairs, and pushed them down to sit on the ground facing us. Tall had thoughtfully prepared one of those perforated smoking pots, filling it with his richest piquilletl and various other pungent herbs. He lighted the mixture, and we each pushed a reed through one of the pot's holes and puffed great clouds of aromatic smoke to make an olfactory screen between us and the subjects of our interview. When I saw that they were trembling, I supposed it was from the chill of their drying bodies, or perhaps the intolerable shock of being clean. I later learned that they quaked because they were terrified to see, for the first time, men breathing fire. Well, if they did not like the look of us, I did not much like the look of them. Their faces were even paler, since they had lost several layers of ingrained dirt, and what skin was visible above their beards had not the smooth complexion of ours. One man's face was pitted all over like a chunk of lava rock. The other's face was pebbly with pimples and boils and open pustules. When I had enough command of their language to frame a delicate question on that subject, they only shrugged indifferently and said that almost all of their race, male and female, at some time in their lives endured the smallpox. Some died of the affliction, they said, but most suffered no worse than facial disfigurement. And since so many were similarly blemished, they did not feel that it detracted from their beauty. Maybe they did not. I thought it a most unsightly mutilation. Or I did then. Nowadays, when so many of my own people have faces pitted like lava rock, I try not to wince when I look at them. I usually begin learning a foreigner's language by pointing to nearby objects and encouraging him to speak the names by which he knew those objects. A slave girl had just then served cups of chocolate to me and Tall, so I stopped her and held her, and I flipped up her skirt to expose her feminine parts. I pointed a finger there, and I said what I now know is a most improper Spanish word. The two outlanders looked very much surprised and a little embarrassed. I pointed toward my own crotch and said another word, which I now know better than to say in public. It was my turn to be surprised. The two bounded to their feet, wild-eyed with distress. Then I understood their panic, and I could not help laughing. They obviously thought that if I could order them summarily scoured, I could as easily order them castrated for having taken advantage of the local women. Still laughing, I shook my head and made other placative gestures. I pointed again to the girl's crotch and my own, saying Tapili and Tapuli. Then I pointed to my nose and said Yakatl. The two heaved sighs of relief and nodded to each other in comprehension. One of them pointed a shaking finger to his own nose and said, Nariz. They sat down again, and I began to learn the last new language I would ever need to know. That first session did not end until well after dark, when they began to doze between words. No doubt their vigor had been sapped by their bath, perhaps the first bath in their lives. So I let them stumble to their quarters and to sleep. But I had them up early the next morning, and, after one whiff of them, gave them the choice of washing themselves or again being forcibly scrubbed. Though they looked amazed and displeased that anybody should have to suffer such a thing twice in his lifetime, they chose to do it themselves. They did it every morning thereafter, and learned to do it sufficiently well that I could bear to sit with them all day long without too much discomfort. So our sessions lasted from morning to night. We even traded words while we ate the meals brought to us by the palace servants. I might also mention that the guests eventually began to eat the meat dishes, once I was able to explain from what animals they came. Sometimes to reward my instructors' cooperation, sometimes to bolster them when they got tired and querulous, I would give them a refreshing cup or two of Actli. I had brought, among Motekozoma's gifts for the gods, several jars of the finest grade of Actli, and it was the only one of his many gifts I ever presented to them. On first tasting it, they made faces and called it sour beer, whatever that might be. But they soon acquired a liking for it, and one night I deliberately made the experiment of letting them drink as much as they wanted. I was interested to note that they got as disgustingly drunk as any of our own people could do. As the days passed and my vocabulary enlarged, I learned numerous things, and the most important was this. The Outlanders were not gods, but men, ordinary men, however extraordinary in appearance. They did not pretend to be gods, nor even any kind of spirit attendants preparing the way for the arrival of godly masters. They seemed honestly bewildered and mildly shocked when I made guarded mention of our people's expectation of gods someday returning to the one world. They earnestly assured me that no god had walked this world in more than 1,500 years, and they spoke of that one as if he were the only god. They themselves, they said, were only mortal men who, in this life and afterward, were sworn devotees of that god. While they lived in this world, they said, they were also obedient subjects of a king, who was likewise a man, but a most exalted man, clearly their equivalent of a revered speaker. As I shall later tell, Your Excellency, not all of our people were disposed to accept the Outlander's assertion, or mine, that they were mere men. But after my earliest association with them, I never doubted that, and in time I was, of course, proved right. So, Your Excellency, I will henceforth speak of them not as outlanders or aliens or strangers of mysterious beings, but as men. The man with the pimples and sores was Gonzalo Guerrero, a carpenter by trade. The man with the pitted face was Geronimo de Aguilar, a professional scribe like the Reverend Friars here. It may even be that some of you could have known him at some time, for he told me that his earliest ambition had been to be a priest of his god, and that he had studied for some time in a Kalmakak, or whatever you call your schools for priests. The two had come, they said, from a land to the eastward, well out of sight beyond the ocean horizon. I had, of course, already surmised that, and I was not much further enlightened when they told me the land was called Cuba, and that Cuba was only one colony of a much greater and still more distant eastern land called Spain or Castile, from which seat of power their king ruled all his far-flung Spanish dominions. That Spain or Castile, they said, was a land in which all men and women were white of skin, except for a few inferior persons called Moors, whose skins were totally black. I might have found that last statement so incredible as to make me suspicious of everything else the man told me. But I reflected that in these lands there was born the occasional freakish white Tlaxcali. In a land of all white people, why should not the freaks be black? Aguilar and Guerrero explained that they had come to our shores purely by misadventure. They had been among some hundreds of men and women who had left Cuba in 12 of the big floating houses, ships they called them, under the command of a Captain Diego de Nicuesa, who was taking them to populate another Spanish colony of which he was to be governor, some place called Castilla de Oro, somewhere far to the southeast of here. But the expedition had run into misfortune, which they were inclined to blame on the coming of the ill-omened Hairy Comet. A fierce storm had scattered the ships, and the one carrying them was finally blown on the sharp rocks, which punctured and overturned and sank it. Only Aguilar and Guerrero and 2 other men had managed to flee the flooding vessel in a sort of large canoe carried upon the ship for such emergencies. To their surprise, the canoe had not been long afloat when the ocean threw it upon the beach of this land. The other 2 occupants of the canoe drowned in the turbulent breakers, and Aguilar and Guerrero might have died there too, had not the red men come running to help them to safety. Aguilar and Guerrero expressed gratitude for their having been rescued, and hospitably received, and well fed and entertained. But they would be even more grateful, they said, if we red men would guide them back to the beach and their canoe. Guerrero the carpenter was sure he could repair any damage it had sustained, and make oars to propel it with. He and Aguilar were both sure that, If their god gave them fair weather, they could row eastward and find Cuba once more. "Shall I let them go?" asked Ah Too Tall, to whom I was translating as the interviews progressed. I said, if they can find the place called Cuba from here, then they should have no trouble finding Ulumil Kutz again from there. And you have heard, their Cuba seems to be teeming with white men eager to plant new colonies everywhere they can reach. Do you want them swarming here, Lord Mother? No, he said worriedly. But they might bring a physician who could cure the strange disease that is spreading among us. Our own have tried every remedy they know, but daily more persons fall ill, and already 3 have died. Perhaps these men themselves would know something about it, I suggested. Let us look at one of the sufferers. So Ah Too Tall led me and Aguilar to a hut in the town, and inside, where a doctor stood, muttering and rubbing his chin and frowning down at a pallet where a young girl lay tossing in fever, her face shiny with sweat, her eyes glazed and unseeing. Aguilar's whiteness went rather pink when he recognized her as one of the females who had visited his and Guerrero's quarters. He said slowly, so that I should understand, I am sorry to tell you that she has the smallpox. You see, the eruptions are beginning to grow on her forehead. I translated that to the physician, who looked professionally mistrustful, but said, Ask him what his people do to treat it. I did, and Aguilar shrugged and said, They pray. Evidently a backward people, grunted the doctor, but added, Ask him to which god? Aguilar said, Why, they pray to thee, Lord God. That was of no help, but I thought to ask, Do you pray to that god in some manner which we might imitate? He tried to explain, but the explanation was of a complexity beyond my grasp of the language. So he indicated that it could more easily be demonstrated, and the 3 of us, Ah Too Tall, the physician, and I, hurried after him back to the palace courtyard. He ran to his quarters while we stayed at a distance, and he came back to us with something in each hand. One of the things was a small box with a tight-fitting cover. Aguilar opened it to show its contents. A considerable number of small discs that appeared to have been cut from heavy white paper. He attempted another explanation, from which I gathered that he had illicitly kept or stolen the box as a memento of his days in the priest school. And I further understood that the discs were a special sort of bread, the most holy and potent of all foods, because a person who ate one of them partook of the strength of that almighty Lord God. The other object was a string of many small beads, irregularly interspersed among numerous larger ones. All the beads were of a blue substance that I had never seen before, as blue and hard as turquoise, but as transparent as blue water. Aguilar started another complex explanation, of which I heard only the information that each bead represented a prayer. Naturally, I was reminded of the practice of placing a jadestone chip in the mouth of someone dead, and I thought the prayer beads might be similarly and beneficially employed by the not yet dead. So I interrupted Aguilar to ask urgently, "Do you put the prayers in the mouth, then?" "No, no," he said. "They are held in the hands." Then he gave a cry of protest as I snatched the box and beads from him. "Here, Lord Physician," I said to the doctor. I broke the string and gave him 2 of the beads, and I translated what little I had comprehended of Aguilar's instructions. "Take the girl's hands and clench each hand around one of these prayers." "No, no," Aguilar wailed. "Whatever you are doing, it is wrong. There is more to prayer than just—" "Be quiet," I snapped in his language. "We have not time for more." I fumbled some of the papery little bits of bread from the box and put one in my mouth. It tasted like paper, and it dissolved on my tongue without my having to chew it. I felt no instant surge of God's strength, but at least I realized the bread could be fed to the girl even in her half-conscious condition. "No, no," Aguilar shouted yet again when I ate the thing. "This is unthinkable. You cannot receive the sacrament." He regarded me with the same expression of horror that I see right now on Your Excellency's face. "I am sorry for my impulsive and shocking behavior, but you must remember that I was only an ignorant pagan then, and I was concerned only with hurrying to save a girl's life." I pressed some of the little discs into the doctor's hand and told him, "This is God food, magic food, and easy to eat. You can force them into her mouth without the risk of choking her." He went off at a run, or as much of a run as his dignity would permit, in much the same way that His Excellency has just now done. I clapped Aguilar companionably on the shoulder and said, "Forgive me for taking the matter out of your hands, but if the girl is cured, you will get the credit, and you will be much honored by these people. Now let us find Guerrero and sit and talk some more about your people." There were still many things I wished to learn from Geronimo de Aguilar and Gonzalo Guerrero, and since by then we could converse with fair comprehension, albeit haltingly, they were equally curious about things in these lands. They asked some questions that I pretended not to understand. "Who is your king? Does he command great armies? Does he possess great riches of gold?" And some questions that I truly did not understand. "Who are your dukes and counts and marquises? Who is the pope of your church?" And some questions that I dare say no one could answer. "Why do your women have no hair down there?" So I warded off their questions by asking my own, and they answered all of them with no perceptible hesitation or suspicion or guile. I could have stayed with them for at least a year, improving my grasp of their language and constantly thinking of new things to ask. But I made the precipitate decision to leave their company when, 2 or 3 days after our visit to the alien girl, the physician came to me and silently beckoned. I followed him to that same hut and looked down at the girl's dead face, hideously bloated beyond recognition and flushed to a gruesome purple color. All her blood vessels burst, and her tissues swelled, said the doctor, including those inside her nose and mouth. She died in an agony of simply trying to breathe. He added disparagingly, "The god food you gave me worked no magic." I asked, "And how many sufferers have you cured, Lord Physician, without recourse to that magic?" "None," he sighed, and his pomposity deflated. "Nor have any of my colleagues saved a single patient. Some die like this, of strangulation. Some die with a gush of blood from the nose and mouth. Some die in raving delirium. I fear that all will die, and die miserably." Looking at the ruin of what had been quite a pretty child, I said, "She told me, this very girl, that only a vulture could take pleasure from the white man. She must have had a true premonition. The vultures will now be pleased to gorge on her carrion, and her dying was somehow the doing of the white man." When I returned to the palace and reported to Atutal, he said emphatically, "I will no longer have the diseased and unclean strangers here." I could not make out whether his crossed eyes glared at me or past me, but they were undeniably angry. "Do I let them go away in their canoe, or do you take them to Tenochtitlan?" "Neither," I said, "and do not kill them either, Lord Mother, at least until you receive permission from Moctezuma. I would suggest that you get rid of them by giving them into slavery. Give them to the chiefs of tribes well distant from here. The chiefs should feel flattered and honored by such gifts. Not even the revered speaker of the Mexica has a white slave." Yes," Atutal said thoughtfully. "There are two chiefs I particularly dislike and distrust. It would not grieve me should the white men bring misery on them." He regarded me more kindly. "But you were sent all this way, Knight Ekmuyal, to find the Outlanders. What will Moctezuma say when you return empty-handed?" "Not quite empty-handed," I said. "I will take back at least the box of god food and the little blue prayers, and I have learned many things to tell to Moctezuma." A sudden thought struck me. "Oh yes, Lord Mother, there could be one other thing to show him. If any of your females who lay with the white men should prove pregnant, and if they do not fall victim to the smallpox, well, if there are offspring, send them to Tenochtitlan. The revered speaker can put them on display in the city menagerie. They ought to be monsters unique among monsters." Word of my returning to Tenochtitlan must have preceded me by several days, and Moctezuma must certainly have been simmering with impatience to know what news or what visitors I might be bringing. But he was the same old Moctezuma, and I was not ushered immediately into his presence. I had to stop in the corridor outside his throne room, and change from my Eagle Knight costume into the sackcloth of a supplicant, and then do the ordained adulatory ritual of kissing the earth all the way across the chamber to where he sat between the gold and silver gawns. Despite his cool and unhurried reception of me, though, he was obviously determined to be the first to hear my report, perhaps the only one to hear, for the other members of the speaking council were not present. He did allow me to dispense with the formality of speaking only when queried, and I told him all that I have thus far told you, Reverend Friars, and a few other things I had learned from your two countrymen. As best I can calculate, Lord Speaker, it was about 20 years ago that the first floating houses, called ships, set out from that distant land of Spain to explore the ocean to the west of it. They did not then reach our coast, because it seems there are a great many islands, large and small, between here and Spain. There were people already resident on those islands, and, from the description, I take them to have been something like the barbaric Chichimeca of our northern lands. Some of those islanders fought to repel the white men. Some of them meekly allowed the incursion. But all by now have been made subject to those Spaniards and their king. During the past 20 years, then, the white men have been occupied with settling colonies on those islands, and plundering their resources, and trading between the islands and their Spanish homeland. Only a few of their ships, moving from one island to another, or idly exploring, or blown astray by the wind, have until now even glimpsed these lands. We might hope that the islands will keep the white men busy for many more years, but I beg leave to doubt it. Even the biggest island is only an island, therefore limited in riches worth taking and land worth populating. Also, the Spaniards seem insatiable, both in their curiosity and in their rapacity. They are already seeking beyond the islands for new discoveries and new opportunities. Soon or later, their seeking will bring them to these lands. It will be as the revered speaker Nezahualpili foretold, an invasion, for which we had best prepare. Prepare, snorted Moctezuma, probably stunned by the memory of Nezahualpili's having supported that prophecy by winning the Tlachtli contest. That aged fool prepares by sitting down and sitting still. He will not even help me war against the insufferable Tezcalteca. I did not remind him of what else Nezahualpili had said, that all our peoples should cease the perpetuation of old enmities and unite against that impending invasion. Invasion, he said. Moctezuma went on. You also said that those two outlanders came without weapons and totally defenseless. It would imply an unusually peaceable invasion, if any. I said, what weapons might have gone down with their flooded ship, they did not confide. They may need no weapons at all, not weapons of the sort we know, if they can inflict a killing disease to which they themselves are casually indifferent. Yes, that would be a potent weapon indeed, Moctezuma said. A weapon heretofore reserved to the gods. And yet you insist they are not gods. Meditatively, he regarded the little box and its contents. They carry with them a God-given food. He fingered some of the blue beads. They carry with them prayers made palpable, and made of a mysterious stone. Yet you insist they are not gods. I do, my lord. They get drunk as men do. They lie with women as men do. Ayo, he interrupted triumphantly. Exactly the reasons why the god Quetzalcoatl went away from here when he did. According to all the tales, he once succumbed to intoxication and committed some sexual misdeed, and in shame he abdicated his rule of the Tolteca. Also, according to all the tales, I said dryly, in the days of Quetzalcoatl, these lands were everywhere perfumed by flowers, and every wind blew a sweet fragrance. The aroma of the 2 men I met would suffocate the wind god. I patiently insisted. The Spaniards are but men, my lord. They differ from us only in being white of skin and hairy, and perhaps larger in their average size. The statues of the Tolteca at Tolan are much larger than any of us, Mochekuzoma said stubbornly, and whatever colors they were painted are no longer perceptible. For all we know, the Tolteca were white of skin. I exhaled a loud sigh of exasperation, but he paid it no heed. I will set our historians to a close scrutiny of every ancient archive. We will find out what the Tolteca did look like. Meanwhile, I will have our highest priests put this god food in a finely made container and bear it reverently to Tolan and set it within reach of those sculptured Tolteca. Lord Speaker, I said, in conversation with those 2 white men, I several times mentioned the name of the Tolteca. It meant nothing at all to them. He snapped his gaze up from the god bread and the beads, and he smiled a really victorious smile. There you are, then. The name would not mean anything to a genuine Toltecatl. We call them the master artisans because we do not know what they call themselves. He was right, of course, and I was embarrassed. I could think of no retort except to mumble, I doubt that they call themselves Spaniards. That word, their whole language, has no relation to any languages I have encountered anywhere in these lands. Eagle Knight Meachly, he said, those white men could be, as you say, human beings, mere men, and still be Tolteca, descendants of those who vanished so long ago. That king of whom they told you could be the self-exiled god Quetzalcoatl. He could be ready now to return as he promised, waiting beyond the sea only until his Tolteca subjects tell him that we are amenable to his return. Are we amenable, my lord? I asked impudently. Are you amenable? The return of Quetzalcoatl would unseat every ruler now ruling, from revered speakers to the lowliest tribal chiefs. He would rule supreme. Mochekuzoma put on an expression of pious humility. A returned god will no doubt be grateful to those who have preserved and even improved his dominions, and he will no doubt make evident his gratitude. If he should grant only that I be a voice among his speaking council, I would be more highly honored than any other mortal ever has been. I said, Lord Speaker, I have erred before. I may err now in supposing the white men to be no gods or forerunners of any god. But might you not err more gravely in supposing that they are? Suppose? I do not suppose, he said sternly. I do not say, yes, a god comes, or no, he does not, as you so impertinently presume to do. He stood erect and almost shouted, I am the revered speaker of the one world, and I do not say this or that, yes or no, gods or men, until I have pondered and observed and waited to make certain. I took his standing up as my dismissal. I backed away from the throne, repeatedly kissing the earth as prescribed, and I left the chamber, and I tore off the sackcloth robe, and I went home. As to the question, gods or men, Mochekuzoma had said he would wait until he was certain, and that is what he did. He waited, and he waited too long, and even when it could no longer matter, he was still not really certain. And because he waited in uncertainty, he died at last in disgrace. And the last command he tried to give his people began uncertainly. Mishchia. I know. I was there. And I heard that last word Mochekuzoma ever spoke in his life. Wait. Waiting Moon did nothing to spoil my homecoming that time. There was by then some natural gray in her hair, but she had dyed or cut whatever remained of that offending strand of bleached white. And although Bayu had ceased trying to make herself into a simulacrum of her dead sister, she had nevertheless made herself into quite a different person from the one I had known for nearly half a sheaf of years, ever since we first met in her mother's Tequantepec hut. During all those years, every time we had been in each other's company, it seemed we had quarreled or fought, or at best maintained only an uneasy truce. But she seemed to have decided that henceforth we would act the roles of an aging couple, long and amicably married. I do not know whether it was a result of my having so thoroughly chastised her, or whether it was meant for the admiration of our neighbors, or whether Bayuribe had resigned herself to the age of never, and had said to herself, never any more open animosities between us. Anyway, her new attitude made it easier for me to settle down and adapt to living in a house and a city again. Always before, even in the days when my wife Sayanya or my daughter Nochipa still lived, every time I had come home, it was with the expectation of sometime leaving again on a new adventure. But the latest homecoming made me feel that I had come home to stay for the remainder of my life. Had I been younger, I should have rebelled at that prospect, and soon have found some reason to depart, to travel, to explore. Or had I been a poorer man, I should have had to bestir myself, just to earn a living. Or had Bayu been her former harridan self, I should have seized any excuse to get away, even leading a troop to war somewhere. But, for the first time, I had no reason or necessity to go on running and seeking down all the roads and all the days. I could even persuade myself that I deserved the long rest and the easy life that my wealth and my wife could provide. So I gradually eased into a routine which, while neither demanding nor rewarding, at least kept me occupied and not too bored. I could not have done that but for the change in Bayou. When I say she had changed, I mean only that she had succeeded in concealing her lifelong dislike and contempt of me. She has never yet given me reason to think that those feelings ever abated, but she did stop letting them show, and that small sham has been enough for me. She ceased being proud and assertive. She became bland and docile in the manner of most other wives. In a way, I rather missed the high-spirited woman she had been, but that twinge of regret was outweighed by my relief at not having to contend with her former willful self. When Bayou submerged her once distinctive personality and assumed the near invisibility of a woman all deference and solicitude, I was enabled to treat her with equal civility. Her dedication to wifeliness did not include the slightest hint that I might finally use her for the one wifely service of which I had refrained from availing myself. She never suggested that we consummate our marriage in the accepted way. She never again flaunted her womanhood or taunted me to try it. She never complained of our sleeping in separate chambers. And I am glad she did not. My refusing any such advances would have disturbed the new equanimity of our life together, but I simply could not have made myself embrace her as a wife. The sad fact was that Waiting Moon was as old as I, and she looked her age. Of the beauty that had once been equal to Xionya's, little remained except the beautiful eyes, and those I seldom saw. In her new role of subservience, Bayou tried always to keep them modestly downcast, in the same way that she kept her voice down. Her eyes had used to flash brilliantly at me, and her voice had used to be tart or mocking or spiteful. But in her new guise, she spoke only quietly and infrequently. As I left the house of a morning, she might ask, "When would you like your meal waiting, my lord, and what would it please you to eat?" When I left the house in the evening, she might caution me, "The night grows chill, my lord, and you risk catching cold if you do not wear a heavier mantle." I have mentioned my daily routine. That was it. I left my house at morning and evening to pass the time in the only two ways I could think of. Each morning I went to the house of Pokdeka and spent the greater part of the day there, talking and listening and sipping the rich chocolate handed around by the servants. The three elders who had interviewed me in those rooms, half a sheaf of years before, were of course long dead and gone, but they had been replaced by numerous other men just like them, old, fat, bald, complacent and assured in their importance as fixtures of the establishment. Except that I was not yet either bald or fat, and did not feel like an elder, I suppose I could have passed for one of them, doing little but basking in remembered adventures and present affluence. Occasionally, the arrival of a merchant train afforded me the opportunity to make a bid for its cargo, or for whatever part of it I fancied. And before the day was out, I could usually engage another Pocatecatl in a round of bargaining, and end by selling him my merchandise at a profit. I could do that without ever setting down my cup of chocolate, without ever seeing what it was I had bought and sold. Occasionally there would be a young and newly aspiring trader in the building, making preparations to set out on his first journey somewhere. I would detain him for as long as it might take to give him the benefit of all my experience on that particular route, or for as long as he would listen without fidgeting and pleading urgent errands. But on most days there were few persons present except myself and various retired Pocateka who had no place they would rather be. So we sat together and traded stories instead of merchandise. I listened to them tell tales of the days when they had fewer years and less wealth, but ambitions illimitable. The days when they themselves did the traveling, when they did the daring of risks and dangers. Our stories would have been interesting enough, even unadorned, and I had no need to exaggerate mine. But since the old men all tried to outdo each other in the uniqueness and variety of their experiences, in the hazards they had faced and bested, the narrow escapes they had enjoyed, the notable acquisitions they had so cunningly made, well, I noticed that some of the men present began to embroider their adventures after the 10th or 12th telling. In the evenings, I left my house to seek not company, but solitude, in which I could reminisce and repine and yearn unobserved. Of course, I would not have objected if that solitude had been interrupted by one longed-for encounter. However, as I have told, that has never happened yet. So it was only with wistful hope, not with expectation, that I walked the nearly empty night streets of Tenochtitlan, from end to end of the island, remembering how here had occurred a certain thing, and there another. In the north was the causeway to Tepeyaca, across which I had carried my baby daughter when we fled from the flooding city to safety on the mainland. At that time, Nochipa could speak only 2-word sentences, and some of them had said much. And on that occasion she had murmured, "Dark night." In the south was the causeway to Coyohuacan, and all the lands beyond. The causeway I had crossed with Coscatl and Blood Glutton on my very first trading expedition. In the splendor of that day's dawn, the mighty volcano Popocatépetl had watched us go, and had seemed to say, "You depart, my people, but I remain." In between were the island's 2 vast plazas. In the more southerly one, the heart of the one world, stood the Great Pyramid, so massive and solid and eternal of aspect that a viewer might assume it had towered there for as long as Popocatépetl had towered on the distant horizon. It was difficult for even me to believe that I was older than the completed pyramid, that it had been only an unfinished stump the first time I saw it. In the more northerly plaza, Tlatelolco's wide-spreading market area, I had walked for the first time, holding tightly to my father's hand. There he had generously paid the extravagant price to buy me my first taste of flavored snow, while he told the vendor, "I remember the hard times." It was then that I had first met the cocoa-colored man, he who so accurately foretold my life to come. That recollection was slightly disturbing, for it reminded me that all the future he had foreseen for me was in my past. Things I had once looked forward to had become memories. I was nearing the full sheaf of my years, and not many men lived more than those 52. Then was there to be no more future for me? When I told myself that I was at last rightfully enjoying the idle life I had labored so long to earn, perhaps I was just refusing to confess that I had outlived my usefulness, that I had outlived every person I ever loved or whoever loved me. Was I only taking up space in this world until I should be summoned to some other one? No, I refused to believe that, and for confirmation I looked up to the night sky. Again, a smoking star hung there, as a smoking star had hung over my reunion with Moctezuma at Teotihuacan, and then over my meeting with the girl Kay Malinali, and then over my meeting with the white visitors from Spain. Our astronomers could not agree whether it was the same comet returning in a different shape and brightness and in a different corner of the sky, or whether it was a new comet each time. But after the one that accompanied me on my last journey southward, some smoking star appeared in the night sky again in both of the 2 subsequent years, and each time was visible for nearly a month of nights. Even the usually imperturbable astronomers had to agree that it was an omen, that 3 comets in 3 years defied any other explanation. So something was going to happen in this world, and, good or bad, it ought to be worth waiting for. I might or might not have any part to play in the event, but I would not resign from this world just yet. Various things did happen during those years, and each time I wondered, is this what the smoking stars portended? The happenings were all remarkable in one aspect or another, and some of them were lamentable, but none seemed quite momentous enough to have justified the gods sending us such ominous warnings. For example, I had been only a few months returned from my meeting with the Spaniards, when word came from Ulumilkuts that the mysterious disease of the smallpox had swept like an ocean wave over the entire peninsula. Among the Shiyu, the Tzotzil, the Quiche, and all the other Maya-descendant tribes, something like 3 of every 10 persons had died. Among them my host, the Lord Mother, Tutal, and almost every survivor would live the rest of his or her life disfigured by the pockmarks. However uncertain Moctezuma was about the nature and intention of those god or men visitors from Spain, he was not eager to expose himself to any god disease. For once, he acted promptly and decisively, putting a strict prohibition on any trade with the Maya lands. Our Pocteca were forbidden to go there, and our southern frontier guards were instructed to turn back all produce and merchandise coming from there. Then the rest of the one world waited in apprehension for some months longer. But the smallpox were successfully contained within the unfortunate Maya tribes, and did not then, afflict any other peoples. Some more months passed, and one day Motekuzoma sent a messenger to fetch me to the palace. And again I wondered, does this mean that the Smoking Star's prophecy has been fulfilled? But when I made the customary supplicant in sackcloth entrance to the throne room, the revered speaker looked only annoyed, not stricken with fear or wonder or any of the other larger emotions. Several of his speaking council, standing about the room, appeared rather amused. I myself must have looked puzzled when he said, "This madman calls himself Tlelektik Michtli." Then I realized that he was not speaking of me, but to me, and was pointing at a glum-faced, shabbily dressed stranger held firm in the grip of two palace guards. I raised my seeing crystal for a look, and recognized the man as no stranger, and I smiled first at him, then at Motekuzoma, and I said, "Tlelektik Michtli is his name, my lord. The name Dark Cloud is not at all uncommon among—" "You know him?" Motekuzoma interrupted, or accused. "Some relative of yours, perhaps." "Perhaps of yours as well, Lord Speaker, and perhaps of equal nobility." He blazed. "You dare compare me to this filthy and witless beggar? When the court guards apprehended him, he was demanding audience with me by reason of his being a visiting dignitary. But look at him. The man is mad." I said, "No, my lord. Where he comes from, he is indeed the equivalent of yourself, except that the Azteca do not use the title Yue Tlatoani." "What?" said Motekuzoma, surprised. "This is the Tlatocapili Tlelektik Michtli of Aztlan." "Of where?" cried Motekuzoma, astounded. I turned my smile again to my namesake. "Did you bring the moonstone, then?" He gave an abrupt, angry nod, and said, "I begin to wish I had not. But the stone of Koil Shaokui lies yonder in the plaza, watched by the men who survived the labor of helping me roll it and raft it and drag it." One of the guards holding him mumbled audibly, "That cursed great rock has torn up half the paving of the city between here and the Tepeyaca causeway." The newcomer resumed, "Those remaining men and I are near dead of fatigue and hunger. We hoped for a welcome here. We would have been satisfied with common hospitality. But I have been called a liar for speaking only my name." I turned back to Motekuzoma, who was still staring in unbelief. I said, "As you perceive, Lord Speaker, the Lord of Aztlan is himself capable of explaining his name. Also his rank and his origin, and anything else you might wish to know about him. You will find the Azteca Nahuatl a trifle antiquated, but easily comprehensible." Motekuzoma came alert with a start, and expressed apologies and greetings. "We will converse at your convenience, Lord of Aztlan, after you have dined and rested," and gave orders to the guards and counselors that the visitors be fed and clothed and quartered as befitted dignitaries. He motioned for me to stay when the crowd left the throne room, then said, "I can hardly believe it. An experience as unsettling as meeting my own legendary grandfather, Motokuzoma, or like seeing a stone figure step down from a temple frieze. Imagine a genuine Aztec idol come to life. However, his natural suspicion quickly asserted itself, and he asked, "But what is he doing here?" "He brings a gift, my lord, as I suggested to him when I rediscovered Aztlan. If you will go down to the plaza and look at it, I think you will find it worth many broken paving stones." "I will do so," he said, but added, still suspiciously, "He must want something in return." I said, "I think also that the moonstone is worth the bestowal of some high-sounding titles on its giver, and some feathered mantles, some jeweled ornaments, that he may be dressed according to his new station, and perhaps the bestowal of some Mexico warriors as well." "Warriors?" I told Motokuzoma the idea I had earlier expounded to that ruler of Aztlan, that a renewed family tie between us Mexica and those Azteca would give the Triple Alliance what it did not currently have, a strong garrison on the northwestern coast. He said cautiously, "Bearing in mind all the omens, this may not be the time to disperse any of our forces, but I will consider the notion. And one thing is certain. Even if he is younger than you and I, our ancestor deserves a better title than that of Tlatocapili. I will at least put the sin to his name." So I left the palace that day feeling rather pleased that a Meechli, even if it was not myself, had achieved the noble name of Meech-Sin. As things turned out, Motokuzoma complied in full with my suggestions. The visitor left our city bearing the resounding title of Azteca Tlani Tlatowani, or Lesser Speaker of the Azteca. He also took with him a considerable troop of armed soldiers and a number of colonist families selected for their skill at building and fortifying. I had the opportunity for only one brief conversation with my namesake while he was in Tenochtitlan. He thanked me effusively for my part in his having been welcomed and ennobled and made a partner in the Triple Alliance, and he added, "Having the sin suffixed to my name puts it also on the names of all my family and descendants, even those of slightly indirect descent and divergent lineage. You must come again to Aztlan, brother, for a small surprise. You will find more than a new and improved city." At the time, I supposed he meant that he would arrange a ceremony to make me some sort of honorary lord of the Azteca. But I have never been again to Aztlan, and I do not know what it became in the years after Meech-Sin's return there. As for the magnificent moonstone, Motokuzoma dithered as usual, unable to decide where in the heart of the one world it might best be displayed. So the last time I remember seeing it, the moonstone was still lying flat on the plaza pavement, and it is now as buried and lost as the sunstone. The fact is that something else happened, to make me and most other people speedily forget the visit of the Azteca, their bringing of the moonstone, and their plans for making Aztlan into a great seaside city. What happened was that a messenger came across the lake from Texcoco, wearing the white mantle of mourning. The news was not shockingly unexpected, since the revered speaker Nezahualpili was by then a very old man, but it desolated me to hear that my earliest patron and protector was dead. I could have gone to Texcoco with the rest of the Eagle Knights, in the company of all the other Mexican nobles and courtiers who crossed the lake to attend the funeral of Nezahualpili, and who would either stay there or cross the lake again, some while later, to attend the coronation of the Crown Prince, Ixtlil Xochitl, as new revered speaker of the Acalhua nation. But I chose to go without pomp and ceremony, in plain mourning dress, as a private citizen. I went as a friend of the family, and I was received by my old schoolmate, the Prince Huixotl, who greeted me as cordially as he had first done 33 years before, and greeted me with the name I had worn then. "Welcome, Head Nodder." I could not help noticing that my old schoolmate Willow was old. I tried not to let my expression show what I felt when I saw his graying hair and lined visage. I had remembered him as a lithe young prince strolling with his pet deer in a verdant garden. But then I thought, uncomfortably, he is no older than I am. The Yue Tlatoani Nezahualpili was buried in the grounds of his city palace, not at the more expensive country estate near Texcotzinco Hill. So the smaller palace's lawns fairly overflowed with those come to say farewell to that much loved and respected man. There were rulers and lords and ladies from the nations of the Triple Alliance, and from other lands, both friendly and not so. Those emissaries of farther countries who could not arrive in time for Nezahualpili's funeral were nevertheless on their way to Texcoco at that moment, hurrying to be in time to salute his son as the new ruler. Of all who should have been at the graveside, the most conspicuously absent was Motecuzoma, who had sent in his place his snake woman Tlacotzin and his brother Cuitlahuac, chief commander of the Mexica armies. Prince Willow and I stood side by side at the grave, and we stood not far from his half-brother, Ixtlil Xochitl, heir to the Acalhua throne. He still somewhat resembled his name of Black Flower, since he still had the merged black eyebrows that made him appear always to be scowling. But he had lost most of what other hair he had had, and I thought, he must be 10 years older than his father was when I first came to school in Texcoco. After the interment, the crowd repaired to the palace ballrooms, to feast and chant and grieve aloud and loudly recount the deeds and merits of the late Nezahualpili. But Willow and I secured several jars of prime octli, and we went to the privacy of his chambers, and we gradually got very drunk as we relived the old days and contemplated the days to come. I remember saying at one point, "I heard much muttering about Motecuzoma's rude absence today. He has never forgiven your father's aloofness in these past years, particularly his refusal to help in fighting petty wars." The prince shrugged. Motekuzoma's bad manners will win him no concessions from my half-brother. Black Flower is our father's son, and believes, as he did, that the one world will some day soon be invaded by outlanders, and that our only security is in unity. He will continue our father's policy, that we Eklhua must conserve our energies for a war that will be anything but petty. The right course, perhaps, I said. But Motekuzoma will love your brother no better than he loved your father. The next thing I remember was looking at the window and exclaiming, "Where has the time gone? It is late at night, and I am woefully inebriated." "Take the guest chamber yonder," said the prince. "We must be up tomorrow to hear all the palace poets read their eulogies." "If I sleep now, I shall have a horrendous head in the morning," I said. "With your leave, I will first go for a walk in the city, and let night wind blow some of the vapors from my brain." My mode of walking was probably a sight to see, but there was nobody to see it. The night streets were even emptier than usual, for every resident of Texcoco was in mourning and indoors. And the priests had evidently sprinkled copper filings in the pine splint torches on the street corner poles, for their flames burned blue, and the light they cast was dim and somber. In my muddled state, I somehow got the impression that I was repeating a walk I had walked once before, long ago. The impression was heightened when I saw ahead of me a stone bench under a red-flowering tapachini tree. I sank down on it gratefully and sat for a while, enjoying being showered by the tree's scarlet petals blown loose by the wind. Then I became aware that on either side of me was seated another man. I turned left and squinted through my topaz, and saw the same shriveled, ragged, cocoa-colored man I had seen so often in my life. I turned to my right, and saw the better-dressed, but dusty and weary man I had seen not quite so often before. I suppose I should have started up with a loud cry, but I only chuckled drunkenly, aware that they were illusions induced by all the octally I had imbibed. Still chuckling, I addressed them both. "Venerable lords, should you not have gone underground with your impersonator?" The cocoa man grinned, showing the few teeth he had. "There was a time when you believed us to be gods. You supposed that I was Huehueteotl, oldest of old gods, he who was venerated in these lands long before all others. And that I was the god Yoale Ehecatl," said the dusty man, "the night wind, who can abduct unwary walkers by night, or reward them according to his whim." I nodded, deciding to humor them, even if they were only hallucinations. "It is true, my lords, I was once young and credulous. But then I learned of Nezahualpili's pastime of wandering the world in disguise." "And that made you disbelieve in the gods?" asked the cocoa man. I hiccuped and said, "Let me put it this way. I have never met any others except you two." The dusty man murmured obscurely, "It may be that the real gods appear only when they are about to disappear." I said, "You had better disappear then, to where you belong." Nezahualpili cannot be very happy, walking the dismal road to Mictlan while two embodiments of himself are still above ground. The cocoa man laughed. "Perhaps we cannot bear to leave you, old friend. We have so long followed your fortunes and your various embodiments, as Meachtli, as Mole, as Head Nodder, as Fetch, as Za Nayazu, as Ek Muyol, as Su Kuru." I interrupted. "You remember my names better than I do." "Then remember ours," he said, rather sharply. "I am Huehue Teotl, and this is Yoali Ehekatl." "For mere apparitions," I grumbled. "You are cursedly persistent and insistent. I have not been this drunk for a long time. It must have been 7 or 8 years ago. And I remember, I said then that some day, somewhere, I would meet a god, and I would ask him this: why have the gods let me live so long, while they have struck down every other person who ever stood close to me? My dear sister, my beloved wife, my infant son and treasured daughter, so many close friends, even transient loves." "That is easily answered," said the ragged apparition who called himself the oldest of old gods. "Those persons were, so to speak, the hammers and chisels used for the sculpturing of you, and they got broken or discarded. You did not. You have weathered all the blows and the chipping and the abrasion." I nodded with the solemnity of inebriation, and said, "That is a drunken answer, if ever I heard one." The dusty apparition who called himself Night Wind said, "You of all people, Meachtli, know that a statue or monument does not come already shaped from the limestone quarry. It must be hewn with adzes and ground with obsidian grit and hardened by exposure to the elements. Not until it is carved and toughened and polished is it fit for use." "Use?" I said harshly. "At this dwindling end of my roads and my days, of what use could I possibly be?" Night Wind said, "I mentioned a monument. All it does is stand upright, but that is not always an easy thing to do." "And it will not get easier," said the oldest of old gods. "This very night, your revered speaker Motekuzoma has made one irreparable mistake, and he will make others. There is coming a storm of fire and blood, Meachtli. You were shaped and hardened for only one purpose: to survive it." I hiccuped again and asked, "Why me?" The oldest said, "A long time ago, you stood one day on a hillside not far from here, undecided whether to climb. I told you then that no man has ever yet lived out any life except his one chosen own. You chose to climb. The gods chose to help you. I laughed a horrible laugh. Oh, you could not have appreciated their attentions, he admitted, any more than the stone recognizes the benefits conferred by hammer and chisel. But help you they did, and you will now requite their favors. You will survive the storm, said Night Wind. The oldest went on. The gods helped you to become a knower of words. Then they helped you to travel in many places, and to see and learn and experience much. That is why, more than any other man, you know what the one world was like. Was? I echoed. The oldest made a sweeping gesture with his skinny arm. All this will disappear from sight and touch and every other human sense. It will exist only in memory. You have been charged with the remembering. You will endure, said Night Wind. The oldest gripped my shoulder and said, with infinite melancholy, some day, when all that was is gone, never to be seen again, men will sift the ashes of these lands, and they will wonder. You have the memories and the words to tell of the one world's magnificence, so it will not be forgotten. You, Meechly, when all the other monuments of all these lands have fallen, when even the Great Pyramid falls, you will not. You will stand, said Night Wind. I laughed again, scoffing at the absurd idea of the ponderous Great Pyramid ever falling down. Still trying to humor the two admonitory phantasms, I said, My lords, I am not made of stone. I am only a man, and a man is the frailest of monuments. But I heard no reply or reproof. The apparitions had gone as quickly as they had come, and I was talking to myself. From some distance behind my bench, the street lamp flickered its moody blue flames. In that mournful lighting, the red tappuccini blossoms that fluttered down onto me were dark, a crimson color, like a drizzle of drops of blood. I shuddered, for I felt a feeling I had experienced only once before, when for the first time I had stood at the edge of the night and the edge of the darkness. The feeling of being utterly alone in the world, and desolate and forlorn. The place where I sat was only a tiny island of dim blue light, and all about that place there was nothing but darkness and emptiness, and the low moaning of the night wind. And the wind moaned, Remember. When I was awakened by a street lamp tender making his rounds at dawn, I laughed at my unbecomingly drunken behavior and my even more foolish dream. I limped back to the palace, stiff from having slept on the cold stone bench, expecting to find the whole court still asleep. But there was great excitement there, everyone up and dashing frantically about, and a number of armed Meshuggah soldiers inexplicably posted at the building's various portals. When I found Prince Willow, and he glumly told me the news, I began to wonder if my nighttime encounter really had been a dream. For the news was that Motekuzoma had done a base and unheard-of thing. As I have said, it was an inviolable tradition that solemn ceremonies like the funeral of a high ruler would not be marred by assassination or other such treacheries. As I have also said, the Aklahua army had been all but disbanded by the late Nezahualpili, and the token few troops still under arms were in no state of readiness to repel invaders. As I have also said, Motekuzoma had sent to the funeral his snake woman, Tlacotzin, and his army commander, Cuitlahuac. But I have not said, because I did not know, that Cuitlahuac had brought with him a war acolyte carrying 60 hand-picked Mexica warriors, whom he had secretly debarked outside Texcoco. During that night, while in my drunken confusion I was conversing with my hallucinations or with myself, Cuitlahuac and his troops had routed the palace guards, had taken over the building, and the snake woman had summoned all its occupants to hear a proclamation. The crown prince, Black Flower, would not be crowned his father's successor. Motekuzoma, as chief ruler of the Triple Alliance, had decreed that the crown of Texcoco would go instead to the lesser prince, Cacama, Maize Cob, the 20-year-old son of one of Nezahualpili's concubines, who, not incidentally, was Motekuzoma's youngest sister. Such a display of duress was unprecedented, and it was reprehensible, but it was incontestable. However admirable Nezahualpili's pacificatory policy might have been in principle, it had left his people sadly unprepared to resist the Mexicas meddling in their affairs. Crown Prince Black Flower put up a furious show of black indignation, but that was all he could do. Commander Cuitlahuac was not a bad man, despite his being Motekuzoma's brother and his following Motekuzoma's orders. He expressed his condolences to the deposed prince, and advised him to go quietly away somewhere, before Motekuzoma should get the very practical notion of ordering him imprisoned or eliminated. So Black Flower departed that same day, accompanied by his personal courtiers and servants and guards, and quite a number of other nobles, equally infuriated by the turn of events, all of them loudly vowing revenge for having been betrayed by their long-time ally. The rest of Texcoco could only seethe in impotent outrage, and prepare to witness the coronation of Motekuzoma's nephew as Kakamatsin, Yue Tlatoani of the Aklahua. I did not stay for that ceremony. I was a Mexicatl, and no Mexicatl was very popular in Texcoco right then. And indeed, I was not very proud of being a Mexicatl. Even my own schoolmate Willow was eyeing me pensively, probably wondering if I had spoken a veiled threat when I told him, "Motekuzoma will love your brother no better than he loved your father." So I left there and returned to Tenochtitlan, where the priests were jubilantly arranging special rites in almost every temple to celebrate our revered speaker's clever stratagem. And Kakamatsin's buttocks had barely warmed the Texcoco throne before he was announcing a reversal of his father's policy, calling a new muster of Ekulhua troops to help his uncle Motekuzoma mount still another offensive against the eternally beleaguered nation of Teshkala. And that war, too, was unsuccessful, mainly because Motekuzoma's new and young and bellicose ally, though personally selected by him and related by blood to him, was not of much help to him. Kakama was neither loved nor feared by his subjects, and his call for volunteer soldiers went absolutely ignored. Even when he followed his call with a stern order of conscription, only a comparatively few men responded, and did so reluctantly, and proved remarkably listless in battle. Others of the Ekulhua, who would otherwise eagerly have taken up arms, pleaded that they had grown old or ill during Nezahualpili's years of peace, or that they had fathered large families they could not leave. The truth was that they were still loyal to the crown prince, who should have been their revered speaker. On leaving Texcoco, Black Flower had removed to another of the royal family's country residences, somewhere in the mountains well to the northeast, and had begun making of it a fortified garrison. Besides the nobles and their families who had voluntarily gone into exile with him, many other Ekulhua joined that company, knights and warriors who had formerly served under his father. Still other men, who could not permanently leave their homes or occupations in the domains of Kakama, did slip away at intervals to Black Flower's mountain redoubt for training and practice with the other troops. All those facts were unknown to me at the time, as they were unknown to most people. It was a well-kept secret that Black Flower was preparing, slowly but carefully, to wrest his throne from the usurper, even if that should mean his having to fight the entire Triple Alliance. Meanwhile, Motekuzoma's disposition, poisonous at the best of times, was not being improved. He suspected that he had fallen much in the esteem of other rulers by his domineering intervention in the affairs of Texcoco. He felt humiliated by his latest failure to humble Teshkala. He was not much pleased with his nephew Kakama. Then, as if he had not enough to worry and annoy him, even more troublesome things began to occur. Nezahualpili's death might almost have been the signal for the fulfillment of his gloomiest predictions. In the month of the Tree is Raised, next following his funeral, a swift messenger from the Maya lands arrived with the disturbing news that the strange white men had come again to Ulumil Kutz, and not 2 of them that time, but 100. They had come in 3 ships, and moored off the port town of Kimpek on the western shore of the peninsula, and rowed to the beach in their big canoes. The people of Kimpek, those who had survived the decimation of the smallpox, resignedly let them land without fuss or opposition. But the white men boldly entered a temple and, without even gestures of requesting permission, began to strip the temple of its golden ornamentation. At that, the local populace put up a fight. Or they tried to. said the messenger, "for the weapons of the Kimpek warriors shattered on the white men's metal bodies, and the white men shouted a war cry, 'Santiago!' and they fought back with the sticks they carried, which were not mere staves or clubs. The sticks spat thunder and lightning like the god Chak at his angriest, and many Maya fell dead at a great distance from the spitting sticks. Of course, we all know now that the messenger was trying to describe your soldiers' steel armor and far-killing harquebuses. But at the time, his story sounded demented. However, he brought 2 articles to substantiate his wild tale. One was a bark paper tally of the dead. More than 100 of the Kimpek men, women, and children, 42 of the Outlanders, an indication that Kimpek had put up a brave fight against those terrible new weapons. At any rate, the defense had repelled the invaders. The white men had retreated to their canoes, thence to their ships, which had spread their wings and disappeared again beyond the horizon. The other article brought by the messenger was the face of one of the dead white men, flayed from its head, complete with hair and beard, and dried taut on a willow hoop. I later had an opportunity to see it myself, and it much resembled the faces of the men I had met, in its lime-like skin, at least. But the hair of scalp and face was of an even more odd color, as yellow as gold. Motekuzoma rewarded the messenger for bringing him that trophy, but after the man had gone, he reportedly did much cursing about what fools the Maya were. Imagine attacking visitors who might be gods. And in great agitation, he closeted himself with his speaking council and his priests and his seers and sorcerers. But I was not summoned to join the conference, and if it came to any conclusions, I did not hear of them. However, a little more than a year later, in the year 13 Rabbit, the year when I turned my sheaf of years, the white men came again from beyond the horizon, and that time Motekuzoma did call me to a private audience. "For a change," he said, "this report was not brought by a Maya of a sloping forehead and constricted brain. It was brought by a group of our own Pochteca who happened to be trading along the coast of the Eastern Sea. They were in Shikalanka when 6 of the ships came, and they had the good sense not to panic, nor to let the townsfolk panic. I remembered Shikalanka well, that town so beautifully situated between blue ocean and green lagoon in the Olmeca country. So there was no fighting," Motekuzoma went on, "although the white men this time numbered 240, and the natives were much affrighted. Our staunch Pochteca took command of the situation, and kept everyone calm, and even persuaded the ruling Tabascoob to greet the newcomers. So the white men made no trouble. They ravaged no temples. They stole nothing. They did not even molest any women. And they went away again, after spending the day admiring the town and sampling the native foods. Of course, nobody could communicate in their language, but our merchants managed with signs to suggest some bartering. The white men had come ashore with not much to trade, but they did, in exchange for some quills of gold dust, give these. And Motekuzoma, with the gesture of a street sorcerer magically producing sweets for a crowd of children, whipped from under his mantle several strings of beads. Though they were made of various materials and various colors, they were identical in the numbers of small beads separated at intervals by larger beads. They were strings of prayers, like the string I had acquired from Geronimo de Aguilar 7 years earlier. Motekuzoma smiled, a smile of vindication, as if he expected me suddenly to grovel and concede, "You were right, my lord. The strangers are gods." Instead, I said, "Clearly, Lord Speaker, the white men all worship in the same manner, which indicates that they all come from the same place of origin. But we already supposed that much. This tells us no new thing about them." "Then what about this?" And from behind his throne, with that same air of triumph, he brought out what looked like a tarnished silver pot. One of the visitors took that from off his own head and traded it for gold. I examined the thing. It was no pot, for its rounded shape would have prevented its standing upright. It was of metal, but of a kind grayer than silver, and not so shiny. It was steel, of course. And at its open side were affixed some leather straps, evidently to be secured beneath the wearer's chin. I said, "It is a helmet, as I am sure the revered speaker has already ascertained, and a most practical sort of helmet. No maquahuitl could split the head of a man wearing one of these. It would be a good thing if our own warriors could be equipped with—" "You miss the important point," he interrupted impatiently. "That thing is of the exact same shape as what the god Quetzalcoatl habitually wore on his revered head." I said, skeptically but respectfully, "How can we possibly know that, my lord?" With another swoop of movement, he produced the last of his triumphant surprises. "There, look at that, you stubborn old disbeliever. My own nephew Kakama sent it from the archives of Texcoco." It was a history text on fawn skin, recounting the abdication and departure of the Tolteca ruler, Feathered Serpent. Motekuzoma pointed, with a slightly trembling finger, to one of the pictures. It showed Quetzalcoatl waving goodbye as he stood on his raft, floating out to sea. "He is dressed as we dress," said Motekuzoma, his voice also a little tremulous. "But he wears on his head a thing which must have been the crown of the Tolteca. Compare it with the helmet you hold at this moment." "There is no disputing the resemblance between the two objects," I said, and he gave a grunt of satisfaction. But I went on, cautiously. "Still, my lord, we must bear in mind that all the Tolteca were long gone before any of the Akalhua learned to draw. Therefore, The artist who did this could never have seen how any Toltecatl dressed, let alone Quetzalcoatl. I grant that the appearance of his pictured headgear is of marvelous likeness to the white man's helmet. But I know well how storytelling scribes can indulge their imagination in their work, and I remind my lord that there is such a thing as coincidence. Yeah. Motekuzoma made the exclamation sound rather like a retch of nausea. Will nothing convince you? Listen, there is even more proof. As I long ago promised, I set all the historians of all the Triple Alliance to the task of learning all they could about the vanished Tolteca. To their own surprise, they confess it. They have unearthed many old legends, hitherto mislaid or forgotten. And hear this. According to those rediscovered legends, the Tolteca were of uncommonly pale complexion and of uncommon hairiness, and their men accounted it a sign of manliness to encourage the growth of hair on their faces. He leaned forward, the better to glare at me. In simple words, Knight Meachley, the Tolteca were white and bearded men, exactly like the Outlanders, making their ever more frequent visits. What do you say to that? I could have said that our histories were so full of legends and variant legends and elaborations on legends that any child could find some of them that would support any wildest belief or new theory. I could have said that the most dedicated historian was not likely to disappoint a revered speaker who was infatuated with an irrational idea and demanding substantiation of it. I did not say those things. I said circumspectly, whoever the white men may be, my lord, you rightly remark that their visits are becoming ever more frequent. Also, they are coming in greater numbers each time. Also, each landing has been more westerly. Tiho, then Kimpek, now Shikalanka, ever closer to these lands of ours. What does my lord make of that? He shifted on his throne, as if unconsciously suspecting that he sat only precariously there, and after a few moments of cogitation, he said, when they have not been opposed, they have done no harm or damage. It is obvious from their always traveling in ships that they prefer to be on or near the sea. You yourself told that they come from islands. Whoever they are, the returning Tolteca or the veritable gods of the Tolteca, they show no inclination to press on inland toward this region which once was theirs. He shrugged. If they wish to return to the one world, but wish only to settle in the coastlands, well, he shrugged again. Why should we and they not be able to live as friendly neighbors? He paused, and I said nothing, and he asked with asperity, do you not agree? I said, in my experience, Lord Speaker, one never really knows whether a prospective neighbor will be a treasure or a trial, until that neighbor has moved in to stay, and then it is too late to have regrets. I might liken it to an impetuous marriage. One can only hope. Less than a year later, the neighbors moved in to stay. It was in the springtime of the year 1 reed that another swift messenger came, and again from the Olmeca country, but that time bringing a most alarming report. And Motekuzoma sent for me at the same time he convened his speaking council to hear the news. The Kupilkadal messenger had brought bark papers documenting the sad story in word pictures. But while we examined them, he also told us what had happened, in his own breathless and anguished words. On the day's 6th flower, the ships had again floated on their wide wings to that coast, and not a few, but a frightening fleet of them, 11 of them. By your calendar, Reverend Scribes, that would have been the 25th day of March, or your New Year's Day of the year 1519. The 11 ships had moored off the mouth of the river of the Tabascoob, farther to the west than on the earlier visit, and they had disgorged onto the beaches uncountable hundreds of white men, all armed and sheathed with metal. Those men had swarmed ashore, shouting Santiago, apparently the name of their war god, coming with the clear intent of doing more than admiring the local landscape and savoring the local foods. So the populace had immediately mustered their warriors, the Kapilko, the Kotsa Kowali, the Kotlikamak, and others of that region, some 5,000 men altogether. Many battles had been fought in the space of 10 days, and the people had fought bravely, but to no avail, for the white men's weapons were invincible. They had spears and swords and shields and body coverings of metal, against which the obsidian Makwahuime shattered at first blow. They had bows that were contemptibly small and held awkwardly crossways, but which somehow propelled short arrows with incredible accuracy. They had the sticks that spat lightning and thunder, and put an almost trifling but death-dealing hole in their victims. They had metal tubes on large wheels, which even more resembled a furious storm god, for they belched still brighter lightning, louder thunder, and a spray of jagged metal bits that could mow down many men at once, like maize stalks beaten down by a hailstorm. Most wondrous and unbelievable and terrifying of all, said the messenger, some of the white warriors were beast men. They had bodies like giant hornless deer, with 4-hoofed legs on which they could gallop as fleetly as deer, while their 2 human arms wielded sword or spear to lethal effect, and while the very sight of them sent brave men scattering in fear. You smile, Reverend Friars, but at that time neither the messenger's tumbling words nor the crude Kupilko drawings conveyed to us any coherent idea of soldiers mounted on animals larger than any animal in these lands. We were equally uncomprehending of what the messenger called lion dogs, which could run down a running man, or sniff him out of hiding, and rend him as terribly as a sword or jaguar could do. Now, of course, we have all become intimately acquainted with your horses and staghounds, and their utility in hunting or in battle. When the combined Olmeca forces had lost 800 men to death, and about an equal number to severe wounds, said the messenger, and had in the meantime killed only 14 of the white invaders, the Tabascoob called them all to retreat from the engagement. He sent emissary nobles carrying the gilt mesh flags of truce, and they approached the houses of cloth which the white men had erected upon the ocean beach. The nobles were surprised to find that they could communicate without having to use gestures, for they found that one of the white men spoke an understandable dialect of the Maya language. The envoys asked what terms of surrender the white men would demand, that a peace might be declared. One of the white men, evidently their chief, spoke some unintelligible words, and the Maya-speaking one translated. Reverend scribes, I cannot testify to the exactitude of those words, since I repeat to you only what the Kupilkadal messenger said that day, and he, of course, had heard them only after their passing through several mouths, and the several languages spoken by the several parties. But the words were these: Tell your people that we did not come to make war. We came seeking a cure for our ailment. We white men suffer from a disease of the heart, for which the only remedy is gold. At that, the snake woman Tlacotzin looked up at Motecuzoma and said, in a voice meant to be encouraging, That could be a valuable thing to know, Lord Speaker. The Outlanders are not invulnerable to everything. They are afflicted with a curious disease which has never troubled any of the peoples in these lands. Motecuzoma nodded hesitantly, uncertainly. All the old men of his speaking council followed his lead, and likewise nodded, as if reserving judgment. Only one old man in the room was rude enough to speak an opinion, and that, of course, was myself. I beg to differ, Lord Snakewoman, I said. I have known numerous of our own people to show symptoms of that affliction. It is called greed. Both Tlacotzin and Motecuzoma threw me peevish glances, and I said nothing else. The messenger was told to proceed with his story, of which there was not much more. The Tabascoob, he said, had bought peace by heaping upon the sands every fragment of gold he could immediately order brought to that place. Vessels and chains and god images and jewels and ornaments of wrought gold, even dust and nuggets and chunks of the raw metal yet unworked. The obviously commanding white man asked, almost offhandedly, where the people acquired that heart-soothing gold. The Tabascoob replied that it was found in many places in the one world, but that most of it was pledged to the ruler Motecuzoma of the Mexica. Hence the greatest store of it was to be found in his capital city. The white men had seemed much beguiled by that remark, and inquired where that city might be. The Tabascoob told them that their floating houses could get near to it by floating farther along the coast, west, then northwest. Motecuzoma growled, Nice helpful neighbors we already have. The Tabascoop had also given the white commander a gift of 20 beautiful young women to be divided among himself and his ranking under-chiefs. 19 of the girls had been selected by the Tabascoop himself as the most desirable of all the virgins in that immediate region. They did not go too happily into the camp of the Outlanders. But the 20th girl had unselfishly volunteered herself to make the gift total 20, which ritual number might influence the gods to send the Olmeca no more such visitors. So, the Kupilcuddle concluded, the white men had loaded their plunder of gold and young womanhood into their big canoes, then into their immeasurably bigger floating houses, and, as all the people had fervently hoped, the houses had unfurled their wings and set off westward, on the day 13 flower, keeping close along the shoreline. Moctezuma growled some more, while the elders of his speaking council huddled in a muttering conference, and while the palace steward ushered the messenger from the room. "My Lord Speaker," one of the elders said with diffidence, "this is the year 1 reed." "Thank you," Moctezuma said sourly. "That is one thing which I already knew." Another old man said, "But perhaps the possible significance of it has escaped my lord's attention. According to at least one legend, 1 reed was the year in which Quetzalcoatl was born in his human form, to become the Yue Tlatoani of the Tolteca." And another said, 1 reed would also, of course, have been the designation of the succeeding year in which Quetzalcoatl attained his sheaf of 52 years. And, again according to legend, it was in that year 1 reed that his enemy, the god Tezcatlipoca, tricked him into becoming drunk, so that without intent he sinned abominably. And another said, the great sin he committed, while inebriated, was to couple with his own daughter. When he awoke beside her in the morning, his remorse made him abdicate his throne and go away alone upon his raft, beyond the eastern sea. And another said, but even as he went away, he vowed to return. You see, my lord, the feathered serpent was born in the year 1 reed, and he vanished in the next year known as 1 reed. Admittedly, that is only a legend, and other legends about Quetzalcoatl cite different dates, and all of them were countless sheaves of years ago. But, since this is another 1 reed year, might it not be likely to wonder? That one let his question trail off into silence, because Motecuzoma's face had gone almost as pale as that of any white man. He was shocked to speechlessness. It may have been because the reminder of the coincidental dates had followed so closely upon what the messenger had told, that the men from beyond the eastern sea were apparently intent on seeking his own city. Or he may have paled at the suggestive hint of a resemblance between himself and the Quetzalcoatl, dethroned by shame at his own sin. Moctezuma by then had numerous children of varying ages, by his various wives and concubines, and for some time there had been scurrilous gossip regarding his rumored relationship with 2 or 3 of his own daughters. The revered speaker had a sufficiency of things to ponder upon at that moment. But the palace steward came in again, kissing the earth and begging permission to announce the arrival of more messengers. It was a delegation of 4 men from the Chochanaka country on the eastern coast, come to report the appearance there of those 11 ships full of white men. The entry of the Chochanaka messengers so immediately after the Kupilkatl messenger was yet another unsettling coincidence, but it was not an inexplicable one. Some 20 days had elapsed between the ships leaving the Olmeca lands and appearing on the Totonaca coast, but the latter country was almost directly east of Tenochtitlan, and there were well-trodden trade routes between. The men from the Olmeca country had had to come by a much longer and more arduous route, so the nearly simultaneous arrival of the separate reports was not remarkable, but neither did it make any of us in the throne room feel any easier. The Chochanaka were an ignorant people, and had not the art of word-knowing, so they had sent no word-picture documentation of events. The 4 messengers were word-rememberers, delivering a memorized report from their ruler, the Lord Petsinka, as he had spoken it to them, word for word. I should here remark that word-rememberers were almost as useful as written accounts. In one respect, they could repeat whatever they had memorized, over and over again, as many times as necessary, and not omit or misplace a word of it. But they had their limitations, being impervious to questioning. When asked to clarify some obscure point in their message, they could not. They could only repeat the obscurity. They could not even elaborate a message by adding opinions or impressions of their own, for their single-mindedness precluded their having any such things. On the day 8 Alligator, my Lord Speaker, began one of the Totonaca, and went on to recite the message sent by Petsinka. On the day 8 Alligator, the 11 ships had suddenly materialized on the ocean and had come to a halt outside the bay of Chalchihuaquecan. It was a place I had once visited myself, the place of abundant beautiful things, but I made no comment, knowing better than to interrupt a word-rememberer. The man went on to report that on the following day, the day 9 wind, the white and bearded strangers had begun to come ashore and build themselves little houses of cloth on the beach, and to erect large wooden crosses in the sand, also large banners, and to enact what appeared to be some sort of ceremony, since it included much chanting and gesticulation and kneeling down and standing up. And there were several priests, unmistakably priests, for they dressed all in black, just like those of these lands. Such were the occurrences of the day 9 wind. On the next day, one of the old men of the speaking council said pensively, 9 wind. According to at least one legend, Quetzalcoatl's full name was 9 Wind Feathered Serpent. That is to say, he was born on the day 9 wind. Moctezuma flinched slightly, perhaps because that information struck him as portentous, perhaps because the informant should have known that it was a mistake ever to interrupt a word-rememberer. A word-rememberer could not just pick up his recitation where it was broken off. He had to back up and start from the beginning again. On the day 8 Alligator, He droned along to the point he had reached before, and went on, to report that there had been no battles on the beach, or anywhere else as yet. That was understandable. The Totonaca, besides being ignorant, were a servile and whining people. For years they had been subordinate to the Triple Alliance, and they regularly, though with querulous complaints, had paid us their annual tribute of fruits, fine woods, vanilla and cocoa for making chocolate, piquilletl for smoking, and other such products of the hot lands. The residents of that place of abundant beautiful things, said the messenger, had not opposed the outlanders' arrival, but had sent word of it to their lord Petsinka in the capital city of Sempoalan. Petsinka, in turn, sent nobles bearing many gifts to the bearded white strangers, and also an invitation that they come to visit his court. So 5 of their presumably highest-ranking personages went to be his guests, taking with them one woman who had come ashore with them. She was neither white nor bearded, said the messenger, but was a female of some nation of the Olmeca lands. At the Sempoalan palace, the visitors presented gifts to Petsinka: a chair of curious construction, many beads of many colors, a hat made of some heavy, fuzzy red cloth. The visitors then announced that they came as envoys of a ruler called King Carlos, and of a god called Our Lord, and a goddess called Our Lady. Yes, reverend scribes, I know. I merely repeat it as the Totonacatl ignorantly repeated it. Then the visitors intensely questioned Petsinka as to the circumstances obtaining in his land. To what god did he and his people pay homage? Was there much gold in this place? Was he himself an emperor or a king, or merely a viceroy? Petsinka, though considerably perplexed by the many unfamiliar terms employed in the interrogation, replied as best he could. Of the multitudinous gods in existence, he and his people recognized Tezcatlipoca as the highest. He himself was ruler of all the Totonaca, but was subservient to 3 mightier nations farther inland, the mightiest of which was the nation of the Mexica, ruled by the revered speaker Moctezuma. At that very moment, confided Petsinka, 5 registrars of the Mexica treasury were in Sempoalan to review this year's list of the items the Totonaca were to yield in tribute. I should like to know, a council elder suddenly said, how was this interrogation conducted? We have heard that one of the white men speaks the Maya tongue, but none of the Totonaca speaks anything but his own language and our Nahuatl. The word rememberer looked momentarily flustered. He cleared his throat and went all the way back to, on the day 8 alligator, my lord speaker. Moctezuma glared with exasperation at the hapless elder who had interrupted, and said between his teeth, Now you may perish of old age before the lout ever gets around to explaining that. The Totonacatl cleared his throat again. On the day 8 alligator. And we all sat fidgeting until he worked his way through his recital and arrived again at new information. When he did, it was of sufficient interest to have been almost worth the wait. The 5 haughty Mexica tribute registrars, Petzinka told the white men, were exceedingly angry at him because he had made those strangers welcome without first asking the permission of their revered speaker, Moctezuma. In consequence, they had added to their tribute demand 10 adolescent Totonaca boys and 10 virgin Totonaca maidens, to be sent with the vanilla and cocoa and other items to Tenochtitlan, to be sacrificed when such victims should be required by the Mexica gods. On hearing that, the chief of the white men made noises of great revulsion, and stormed at Petzinka that he should do no such thing, that he should instead have the 5 Mexica officials seized and imprisoned. When the Lord Petzinka expressed a horrified reluctance to lay hands on Motecuzuma's functionaries, the white chief promised that his white soldiers would defend the Totonaca against any retaliation. So Petzinka, though sweating in apprehension, had given the order, and the 5 registrars were last seen, by the word rememberers, before they departed for Tenochtitlan, caged in a small cage of vine-tied wooden bars, all 5 stuffed in together like fowl going to market, their feather mantles lamentably ruffled, to say nothing of their state of mind. "This is outrageous," cried Moctezuma, forgetting himself. "The Outlanders may be excused for not knowing our tributary laws, but that witless Petzinka—" He stood up from his throne and shook a clenched fist at the Totonacatl who had been speaking. "5 of my treasury officials treated so, and you dare to come and tell me? By the gods, I will have you thrown alive to the great cats in the menagerie, unless your next words explain and excuse Petzinka's insane act of treason." The man gulped, and his eyes bulged, but what he said was, "On the day 8 alligator, my Lord Speaker." "Ay ya, we ya, be still," roared Moctezuma. He sank back onto his throne, and despairingly covered his face with his hands. "I retract the threat. Any cat would be too proud to eat such trash." One of the council elders diplomatically supplied a diversion by signaling for one of the other messengers to speak. That one immediately began to babble rapidly, and in a mixture of languages. It was evident that he had been present during at least one of the conferences between his ruler and the visitors, and was repeating every single word that had passed among them. It was also evident that the white chief spoke in Spanish, after which another visitor translated that into Maya, after which still another translated that into Nahuatl for Petzinka's comprehension, after which Petzinka's replies were relayed back to the white chief along that same chain of interpretation. "It is good that you are here, Meachly," Moctezuma said to me. "The Nahuatl is poorly spoken, but with enough repetitions we may be able to make sense of it. Meanwhile, the other tongues, can you tell us what they say?" I would have liked to show off with an immediate and glib translation, but, in truth, I understood little more of the welter of words than did anyone else there. The messenger's Totonacatl accent was enough of an impediment. But also his ruler did not speak Nahuatl very well, since it was for him a language acquired only for conversing with his betters. Also, the Maya dialect being spoken as an intermediate translation was that of the Shiyu tribe, and, while I was competent enough in that tongue, the presumably white interpreter was not. Also, I was, of course, far from fluent in Spanish at that time. Also, there were many Spanish words used, such as emperador and virrey, for which there were then no substitutes in any of our languages. So they were merely and badly parroted without translation in both the Shiyu and the Nahuatl the messenger recited. Somewhat abashedly, I had to confess to Mocekuzoma, "Perhaps I too, my lord, hearing enough repetitions, might be able to extract some pertinence. But at this moment, I can only tell you that the words most often spoken by the white men in their own tongue is Cortez." Mocekuzoma said gloomily, "One word." "It means courteous, Lord Speaker, or gentle, mannerly, kindly." Mocekuzoma brightened a little and said, "Well, at least it does not bode too ill if the outlanders are speaking of gentleness and kindliness." I refrained from remarking that they had hardly behaved gently in their assault upon the Olmeca lands. After some moody cogitation, Mocekuzoma told me and his brother, the war chief Cuitlahuac, to take the messengers elsewhere, to listen to what they had to say, as often as necessary, until we could reduce their effusions to a coherent report of the occurrences in the Totonaca country. So we took them to my house, where Bayou kept us all supplied with food and drink, while we devoted several whole days to listening to them. The one messenger recited, over and over, the message he had been given by the Lord Patsinka. The other three repeated, over and over, the garble of words they had memorized at the many-voiced conferences between Patsinka and his visitors. Cuitlahuac concentrated on the Nahuatl portions of the recitals, I on the Shiyu and Spanish, until our ears and brains were all but benumbed. However, from the flux of words, we at last got a sort of essence, which I put into word pictures. Cuitlahuac and I perceived the situation thus. The white men professed to be scandalized that the Totonaca or any other people should be fearful of or subject to the domination of a foreign ruler called Mocekuzoma. They offered to lend their unique weapons and their invincible white warriors to liberate the Totonaca and any others who wished to be free of Mocekuzoma's despotism, on condition that those peoples would instead give their allegiance to an even more foreign King Carlos of Spain. We knew that some nations might be willing to join in an overthrow of the Mexica, for none had ever been pleased to pay tribute to Tenochtitlan, and Mocekuzoma had lately made the Mexica even less popular throughout the one world. However, the white men attached one other condition to their offer of liberation, and any ally's acceptance of it would commit that ally to another act of rebellion that was appalling to contemplate. "Our Lord and Our Lady," said the white men, "were jealous of all rival deities, and were revolted by the practice of human sacrifice. All the peoples desirous of becoming free of Mexica domination would also have to become worshippers of the new god and goddess. They would eschew blood offerings. They would topple all the statues and temples of their old deities. They would instead set up crosses representing our Lord and images of Our Lady, which objects the white men were conveniently ready to supply. Cuitlahuac and I agreed that the Totonaca or any other disaffected people might see much advantage in deposing Moctezuma and his everywhere pervasive Mexica in favor of a faraway and invisible King Carlos. But we were also sure that no people would be so ready to disavow the old gods, immeasurably more fearsome than any earthly ruler, and thereby risk an immediate earthquake destruction of themselves and the entire one world. Even the easily swayed Petzinka of the Totonaca, we gathered from his messengers, was aghast at that suggestion. So that was the account, and the conclusions we had drawn from it, which Cuitlahuac and I took to the palace. Moctezuma laid my book of bark paper across his lap and began reading it, cheerlessly unfolding pleat after pleat, while I told its content aloud for the benefit of the speaking council elders also convened in the room. But that meeting, like an earlier one, was interrupted by the palace steward's announcement of new arrivals imploring immediate audience. They were the 5 treasury registrars who had been in Sempoalan when the white men arrived there. Like all such officials traveling in tributary lands, they wore their richest mantles and feather headdresses and insignia of office to impress and awe the tribute payers. But they entered the throne room looking like birds that had been blown by a storm through several thorny thickets. They were disheveled and dirty and haggard and breathless, partly because, they said, they had come from Sempoalan at their fastest pace, but mainly because they had spent many days and nights confined in Petzinka's accursed prison cage, where there was no room to lie down and no sanitary facilities. "What madness is going on over there?" Moctezuma demanded. One of them sighed wearily and said, "Ah, ya, my lord, it is indescribable." "Nonsense," snapped Moctezuma. "Anything survivable is describable. How did you manage to escape?" "We did not, Lord Speaker. The leader of the white strangers secretly opened the cage for us." We all blinked, and Moctezuma exclaimed, "Secretly?" "Yes, my lord. The white man, whose name is Cortez." "His name is Cortez?" Moctezuma followed that exclamation with a piercing look at me, but I could only shrug helplessly, being as mystified as he. The word rememberer's memorized conversations had given me no hint that the word was a name. The newcomer went on, patiently, wearily. "The white man Cortez came to our cage secretly, in the night, when there were no Totonaca about, and he was accompanied only by 2 interpreters. He opened the cage door with his own hands. Through his interpreters, he told us that his name is Cortez, and he told us to flee for our lives. and he asks that we convey his respects to our revered speaker. The white man Cortez wishes you to know, my lord, that the Totonaca are in a rebellious mood, that Patsinka imprisoned us, despite the urgent cautioning of Cortez that the envoys of the mighty Moctezuma should not be so rashly manhandled. Cortez wishes you to know, my lord, that he has heard much of the mighty Moctezuma, that he is a devoted admirer of the mighty Moctezuma, and that he willingly risks the fury of the treasonous Patsinka in thus sending us back to you unharmed, as a token of his regard. He wishes you also to know that he will exert all his persuasion to prevent an uprising of the Totonaca against you. In exchange for his keeping the peace, Lord Speaker, the white man Cortez asks only that you invite him to Tenochtitlan, so that he may pay his homage in person to the greatest ruler in all these lands. Well, said Moctezuma, smiling and sitting straighter on his throne, unconsciously preening in that spate of adulation. The white outlander is aptly named courteous. But his snake woman, Tlacotzin, addressed the man who had just spoken. Do you believe what that white stranger told you? Lord Snake Woman, I can recount only what I know. We were imprisoned by Totonaca guards, and we were freed by the man Cortez. Tlacotzin turned again to Moctezuma. We were told by Patsinka's own messengers that he laid hands on these officials only after being commanded to do so by that same chief of the white men. Moctezuma said uncertainly, Patsinka could have lied for some devious reason. I know the Totonaca, Tlacotzin said contemptuously. None of them, including Patsinka, has the courage to rebel or the wit to dissemble, not without assistance. If I may speak, Lord Brother, said Cuitlahuac, you had not yet finished reading the account prepared by the knight Meachley and myself. The words repeated therein are the actual words spoken between the Lord Patsinka and the man Cortez. They do not at all accord with the message just received from that Cortez. There can be no doubt that he has artfully tricked Patsinka into treason, and that he has shamelessly lied to these registrars. It does not make sense, Moctezuma objected. Why should he incite Patsinka to the treachery of seizing these men, and then negate that by setting them loose himself? He hoped to make sure that we blamed the Totonaca for the treason, resumed the snake woman. Now that the officials have returned to us, Patsinka must be in a frenzy of fear, and mustering his army against our reprisal. When that army is gathered to mount a defense, the man Cortez may just as easily incite Patsinka to use them for attack instead. Cuitlahuac added, and that does accord with our conclusions, Meachley, does it not? Yes, my lords, I said, addressing them all. The white chief Cortez clearly wants something from us Mexica, and he will use force to get it, if necessary. The threat is implicit in the message brought by these registrars he so cunningly freed. His price for keeping the Totonaca in check is that he be invited here. If the invitation is withheld, he will use the Totonaca. and perhaps others, to help him fight his way here. Then we can easily forestall that, said Motekuzoma, by extending the invitation he requests. After all, he says he merely wishes to pay his respects, and it is proper that he should. If he comes with no armies, with just an escort of his ranking subordinates, he can certainly work no harm here. My belief is that he wishes to ask our permission to settle a colony of his people on the coast. We already know that these strangers are by nature island dwellers and seafarers. If they wish only an allotment of some seaside land, I hesitate to contradict my revered speaker, said a hoarse voice. But the white men want more than a foothold on the beach. The speaker was another of the returned registrars. Before we were freed from Sempoalan, we saw the glow of great fires in the direction of the ocean, and a messenger came running from the bay where the white men had moored their 11 ships. And eventually we heard what had happened. At the order of the man Cortez, his soldiers stripped and gutted every useful item from 10 of those ships, and the 10 were burned to ashes. Only one ship is left, apparently to serve as a courier craft between here and wherever the white men come from. Motekuzoma said irritably, "This makes less and less sense. Why should they deliberately destroy their only means of transport? Are you trying to tell me that the Outlanders are all madmen?" "I do not know, Lord Speaker," said the hoarse-voiced man. "I know only this. The hundreds of white warriors are now aground on that coast, with no means of returning whence they came. The chief Cortez will not now be persuaded or forced to go away, because, by his own action, he cannot. His back is to the sea, and I do not believe he will simply stand there. His only alternative is to march forward, inland from the ocean. I believe the Eagle Knight Meechley has predicted correctly that he will march this way, toward Tenochtitlan." Seeming as troubled and unsure of himself as the unhappy Patsinka of Sempoalan, our revered speaker refused to make any immediate decision or to order any immediate action. He commanded that the throne room be cleared and that he be left alone. "I must give these matters deep thought," he said, "and closely study this account compiled by my brother and the knight Meechley. I will commune with the gods. When I have determined what should be done next, I will communicate my decisions. For now, I require solitude." So the 5 bedraggled registrars went away to refresh themselves, and the speaking council dispersed, and I went home. Although Waiting Moon and I seldom exchanged many words, and then only regarding trivial household matters, on that occasion I felt the need of someone to talk to. I related to her all the things that had been happening on the coast and at the court, and the troublous apprehensions they were causing. She said softly, "Motekuzoma fears that it is the end of our world. Do you, Za?" I shook my head noncommittally. I am no farseer. Quite the contrary. But the end of the one world has been often predicted. So has the return of Quetzalcoatl, with or without his Tolteca attendants. If this Cortez is only a new and different sort of marauder, we can fight him and probably vanquish him. But if his coming is somehow a fulfillment of all those old prophecies, well, it will be like the coming of the great flood 20 years ago, against which none of us could stand. I could not, and I was then in the prime of my manhood. Even the strong and fearless speaker Ahuitzotl could not. Now I am old, and I have little confidence in the speaker Moctezuma. Bayou regarded me pensively, then said, "Are you thinking that perhaps we should take our belongings and flee to some safer haven? Even if there is calamity here in the north, my old home city of Tequantepec should be out of danger." "I had thought of that," I said. "But I have for so long been involved in the fortunes of the Mexica that I should feel like a deserter if I departed at this juncture. And it may be perverse of me, but if this is some kind of ending, I should like to be able to say, when I get to Mictlan, that I saw it all." Moctezuma might have gone on vacillating and temporizing for a long time, except for what occurred that very night. It was yet another omen, and a sufficiently alarming one that he bestirred himself at last to send for me. A palace page came, himself much perturbed, and roused me from my bed to accompany him at once to the palace. As I dressed, I could hear a subdued hubbub from the street outside, and I grumbled, "What has happened now?" "I will show you, Knight Meachley," said the young messenger, "as soon as we are outdoors." When we were, he pointed to the sky and said in a hushed voice, "Look there." Late though it was, well after midnight, we were not the only ones watching the apparition. The street was full of people from the neighboring houses, scantily clad in whatever garments they had snatched up, all of them with their faces upturned, all of them murmuring uneasily, except when they were calling for other neighbors to wake up. I raised my crystal and looked at the sky, at first as wonderingly as everyone else. But then a memory came to my mind from long ago, and it somewhat diminished the dreadfulness of the spectacle, at least for me. The page glanced sideways at me, perhaps waiting for me to utter some exclamation of dismay. But I only sighed and said, "This is all we lacked." At the palace, a half-dressed steward hurried me up the stairs to the upper floor, then up another staircase to the roof of the great building. Moctezuma sat on a bench in his roof garden, and I think he was shivering, though the spring night was not cold, and he was swathed in several mantles hastily flung around him. Without shifting his gaze from the sky, he said to me, "After the new fire ceremony came the eclipse of the sun, then the falling stars Then the smoking stars. All those things of the past years were omens evil enough, but at least we knew them for what they were. This is an apparition never seen before. I said, I beg to correct you, Lord Speaker, only that I may relieve your apprehensions to some degree. If you will wake your historians, my lord, and set them to searching the archives, they can ascertain that this has occurred before. In the year 1 rabbit of the last preceding sheaf of years, during the reign of your namesake grandfather. He stared at me as if I had suddenly confessed to being some kind of sorcerer. 66 years ago? Long before you were born. How could you know of it? I remember my father telling of lights like these, my lord. He claimed it was the gods striding about the skies, but with only their mantles visible, all tinted in these same cold colors. And that is what the lights looked like that night, like filmy cloth draperies depending from a point at the top of the sky and hanging all the way down to the mountain horizon, and swaying and stirring as if in a light breeze. But there was no noticeable breeze, and the long curtains of light made no swishing sound as they swung. They merely glowed coldly, in colors of white and pale green and pale blue. As the draperies softly undulated, those colors subtly changed places and sometimes merged. It was a beautiful sight, but a sight to make one's hair similarly stir. Much later, I chanced to mention that night's spectacle to one of the Spanish boatmen, and told him how we Mexica had interpreted it as a warning of dire things coming. He laughed and called me a superstitious savage. We too saw that light that night, he said, and we were mildly surprised to see it this far south. But I know it signifies nothing, for I have seen it on many nights when sailing in the cold northern oceans. It is a commonplace sight there in those seas chilled by Boreas, the north wind. Hence the name we call it, the Boreal Lights. But that night I knew only that the pale and lovely and fearsome lights were being seen in the one world for the first time in 66 years, and I told Moctezuma, according to my father, they were the omen that presaged the hard times back then. Ah, yes, he nodded somberly. The history of those starvation years I have read. But I think any bygone hard times will prove to have been negligible in comparison to what is now in store. He sat silent for a time, and I thought he was only moping. But suddenly he said, Knight Meachley, I wish you to undertake another journey. I protested as politely as I could. My lord, I am an aging man. I will again provide carriers and escorts, and it is no rigorous trail from here to the Totonaca coast. I protested more strongly. The first formal meeting between the Mexica and the white Spaniards, my lord, should be entrusted to no lesser personages than the nobles of your speaking council. Most of them are older than you are, and less fit for traveling. None of them has your facility at word picture accounts, or your knowledge of the stranger's tongue. Most important, Meachly, you have some skill at picturing people as they really look. That is something we have not yet had, not since the Outlanders first arrived in the Maya country. A good picture of them. I said, if that is all my lord requires, I can still draw from memory the faces of those two I visited in Tiho, and do a passably recognizable portrayal. No, said Mochakuzoma. You said yourself that they were only artisan commoners. I wish to see the face of their leader, the man Cortez. I ventured to say, has my lord then concluded that Cortez is a man? He smiled wryly. You have always disdained the notion that he might be a god. But there have been so many omens, so many coincidences. If he is not Quetzalcoatl, if his warriors are not the Tolteca returning, they could still have been sent by the gods, perhaps as a retribution of some sort. I studied his face, rather corpse-looking in the greenish glow from above. I wondered if, when he spoke of retribution, he was thinking of his having snatched the throne of Texcoco from the crown prince, Black Flower, or if he had other, private, secret sins in mind. But he suddenly drew himself up and said in his more usual tart manner, that aspect of the matter need not concern you. Only bring me a portrait of Cortez, and word pictures numbering his forces, describing their mysterious weapons, showing the manner in which they fight, anything else that will help us know them better. I tried one last demurrer. Whatever the man Cortez may be or may represent, my lord, I judge that he is no fool. He is not likely to let a spying scribe wander at will about his encampment, counting his warriors and their armory. You will not go alone, but with many nobles, richly accoutred according to their station, and all of you will address the man Cortez as an equal noble. That will flatter him. And you will take a train of porters bearing rich gifts. That will allay his suspicions as to your real intent. You will be high emissaries from the revered speaker of the Mexica and the One World, fitly greeting the emissaries of that King Carlos of Spain. He paused and gave me a look. Every man of you will be an authentic and fully accredited lord of the Mexica nobility. When I got home again, I found Bayu also awake. After having watched the night sky's lights for some time, she was brewing chocolate for my return. I greeted her considerably more exuberantly than usual. It has been quite a night, my lady waiting moon. She obviously took that for an endearment, and looked both startled and delighted, for I do not believe I had ever in our married life spoken an endearment to her. Why, Za, she said, and blushed with pleasure. If you were merely to call me wife, it would lift my heart. But, my lady, why this sudden affection? Has something... No, I interrupted. I had for too many years been satisfied with Bayou's closed and contained demeanor. I did not want her suddenly gushing sentimentality. I spoke with the prescribed formality. Lady is now your entitled mode of address. This night the revered speaker has awarded me the sin to my name, which confers it upon you as well. Oh, she said, as if she would have preferred some other sort of benefaction. But she quickly reverted to her cool and unemotional former self. I take it you are pleased, sir. I laughed, somewhat ironically. When I was young, I dreamt of doing great deeds and earning great wealth and becoming a noble. Not until now, past my sheaf of years, am I meeched sin, the Lord Meechly of the Meshika, and perhaps only briefly, Bayou. Perhaps only as long as there are lords, only as long as there are Meshika. There were 4 other nobles besides myself, and, since they had been born to their titles, they were not much pleased that Motekuzoma had set an upstart like me in command of the expedition and the mission we were charged to accomplish. You are to lavish esteem, attention, and flattery on the man Cortez, said the revered speaker, giving us our instructions, and on any others of his company you perceive to be of high rank. At every opportunity you will lay a feast for them. Your porters include capable cooks, and they carry ample supplies of our tastiest delicacies. The porters also carry many gifts, which you are to present with pomp and gravity, and say that Motekuzoma sends these things as a token of friendship and peace between our peoples. He paused to mutter, besides the other valuables, there should be enough gold there to assuage all their heart ailments. There certainly should, I thought. In addition to medallions and diadems and masks and costume adornments of solid gold, the most beautifully worked pieces from the personal collection of himself and prior revered speakers, many of them pieces of great antiquity and inimitable craftsmanship. Motekuzoma was even sending the massive discs, one of gold, one of silver, that had flanked his throne and served him for gawns of summons. There were also splendid feather mantles and headdresses, exquisitely carved emeralds, amber, turquoises, and other jewels, including an extravagant quantity of our holy jade stones. But, above all things, do this, said Motekuzoma. Discourage the white men from coming here, or even wanting to come here. If they seek only treasure, your gift of it may be sufficient to send them seeking in other nations there along the coast. If not, tell them the road to Tenochtitlan is hard and perilous, that they could never make the journey alive. If that fails, then tell them that your Yue Tlatoani is too busy to receive them, or too aged or ill, or too unworthy to merit a visit by such distinguished personages. Tell them anything that will make them lose interest in Tenochtitlan. When we crossed the southern causeway and then turned east, I was leading a longer and richer and more heavily laden train than any Pocatecatl ever had done. We skirted south of the unfriendly land of Tlaxcala and went by way of Cholalan. There and in other cities, towns, and villages along the rest of our route, the anxious inhabitants pestered us with questions about the white monsters whom they knew to be disturbingly nearby, and about our plans for keeping them at a distance. When we rounded the base of the mighty volcano Citlaltépetl, we began to descend through the last of the mountainous country into the hotlands. On the morning of the day that would bring us clear to the coast, my fellow lords donned their splendiferous regalia of feather head-dresses, mantles, and such. But I did not. I had decided to add a few refinements to our plans and instructions. For one reason, it had been 8 years since I had learned what Spanish I knew, and that had hardly improved with disuse. I wanted to mingle with the Spaniards unobserved, and hear them talk their language, and absorb it, and possibly gain a bit more fluency before I attended any of the formal meetings between our lords and theirs. Also, I had spying and note-taking to do, and I could do those tasks better if I was invisible. So, I told the other nobles, from here to the meeting ground, I will go barefoot, and wear only a loincloth, and carry one of the lighter packs. You will lead the train. You will greet the outlanders. And when you make camp, you will let our porters disperse and relax as they like. For one of them will be me, and I want freedom to wander. You will do the feasting and consultation with the white men. From time to time, I will confer with you, privately, after dark. When we have jointly collected all the information the revered speaker requested, I will give the word, and we will take our leave. I am glad that you again join us, Lord Bishop, for I know you will wish to hear of the first real confrontation between your civilization and ours. Of course, Your Excellency will appreciate that many of the things I saw at that time were so new and exotic as to be baffling to me, and many of the things I heard sounded like monkey gibberish. But I will not prolong this account by repeating my ingenious and often erroneous first impressions. I will not, as our earlier observers had done, speak foolishly of such things as the Spanish soldiers wearing the 4 legs of animals. The things I saw I will report in the light of my later and clearer understanding of them. The things I heard I will recount as I later construed them when I had a more perfect knowledge of your language. As a pretended porter, I could only infrequently and surreptitiously use my topaz for looking at things, but these were the things I saw first. As we had been told to expect, there was in the bay only one ship. It was some distance from shore, but it was obviously as big as a goodly house. Its wings were apparently furled, for there extended upward from its roof only some tall poles and a tangle of ropes. Here and there about the bay, similar poles stuck up from the water, where the other ships had sunk as they burned. On the beach of the bay, the white men had erected 3 markers to commemorate the spot where they had first stepped ashore. There was a very large cross made of heavy wooden timbers from one of the destroyed ships. There was a high flagstaff flying a tremendous banner, the colors of blood and gold, the colors of Spain. And there was a shorter flagstaff bearing a smaller flag, the personal ensign of Cortez, blue and white with a red cross in the center. The place of abundant beautiful things, which the white men had named the Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz, had sprouted quite a village. Some of the dwellings were only of cloth supported on sticks, but others were the typical coastal huts of cane walls and palm leaf thatch, built for the visitors by their submissive Totonaca hosts. But that day there were not many white men in evidence, or their animals, or their conscripted Totonaca laborers. For most of them, we learned, were working in a place some way farther north, where Cortez had decreed the construction of a more permanent Villa Rica de la Vera Cruz, with solid houses of wood and stone and adobe. Our train's approach had of course been noted by sentries and reported to the Spaniards. So there was a small group of them waiting to greet us. Our party halted at a respectful distance, and our 4 lords, as I had privately recommended to them, lighted censers of copali incense, and began swinging them on their chains, making coils of blue smoke in the air about them. The white men assumed, then and long afterward, to this day, as far as I know, that the wafting of perfumed smoke was our traditional way of saluting distinguished strangers. It was really only our attempt to draw a defensive veil between us and the intolerable smell of those ever unwashed strangers. 2 of them came forward to meet our lords. I estimated them both to be of about 35 years of age. They were well dressed, in what I know now to have been velvet hats and cloaks, lawn-sleeved doublets, and bulbous breeches made of merino, with thigh-high boots of leather. One of the men was taller than I, and broad and muscular, and most striking of appearance. He had a wealth of gold-colored hair and beard, which flamed in the sunlight. He had bright blue eyes, and, though his skin was of course pallid, his features were strong. The local Totonaca had already given him the name of their sun god, Tezcatlipoca, for his sunny appearance. We new arrivals naturally took him to be the white men's leader, but soon learned that he was only second in command, Pedro de Alvarado by name. The other man was rather shorter and much less prepossessing, with bandy legs and a pigeon chest like the prow of a canoe. His skin was even whiter than the others, though he had black hair and beard. His eyes were as colorless and cold and distant as a winter sky of gray cloud. That unimpressive person was, he told us pompously, the Captain Don Hernan Cortez of Medellin in the Extremadura, more recently of Santiago de Cuba. and he was come here as representative of His Majesty Don Carlos, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire and King of Spain. At the time, as I have said, we could understand little of that lengthy title and introduction, although it was repeated for us in Shiyu and Nahuatl by the two interpreters. They also had come toward us, walking a few paces behind Cortez and Alvarado. One was a white man, with a pockmarked face, dressed in the manner of their common soldiers. The other was a young woman of one of our own nations, clad in a maidenly yellow blouse and skirt, but her hair was an unnaturally reddish-brown, almost as gaudy as Alvarado's. Of all the numerous native females presented to the Spaniards by the Tabascoob of Capilco, and more recently by Patsinka of the Totonaca, that one was the most admired by the Spanish soldiers, because her red hair was, they said, like that of the whores of Santiago de Cuba. But I could recognize hair artificially reddened by a brew of achiotle seeds, just as I could recognize both the man and the girl. He was that Geronimo de Aguilar who had been a reluctant guest of the Shiyu for the past 8 years. Before touching at the Olmeca lands, and then here, Cortez had paused at Tijo and found and rescued the man. Aguilar's fellow castaway, Guerrero, after having infected all that Maya country with his smallpox, had died of them himself. The red-haired girl, though by then about 23 years old, was still small, still pretty, still the slave Kay Malinali, whom I had met in Coatzacoalcos on my own way to Tijo, those 8 years before. When Cortez spoke in Spanish, it was Aguilar who rendered the words into the labored Shiyu he had learned during his captivity, and it was Kay Malinali who translated that into our Nahuatl. And when our emissary lords spoke, the process was reversed. It did not take me long to realize that the words of both the Mexica and Spanish dignitaries were often being imperfectly rendered, and not always because of the cumbersome 3-language system. However, I said nothing, and neither of the interpreters took notice of me among the porters, and I determined that they should not for a while yet. I stayed in attendance while the Mexica lords ceremoniously presented the gifts we had brought from Moctezuma. A gleam of avarice enlivened even the flat eyes of Cortez, as one porter after another laid down his burden and undid its wrappings. The great gold gone and the silver gone, the featherwork articles, the gems and jewelry. Cortez said to Alvarado, "Call the Flemish lapidary." And they were joined by another white man, who evidently had come with the Spaniards for the sole purpose of evaluating the treasures that they might find in these lands. Whatever a Flemish is, he spoke Spanish, and, though his words were not translated for us, I caught the sense of most of them. He pronounced the gold and silver items to be of great worth, and likewise the pearls and opals and turquoise. The emeralds and jacinths and topazes and amethysts, he said, were even more valuable. Above all, the emeralds. though he would have preferred them cut in facets instead of sculptured into miniature flowers and animals and such. The featherwork headdresses and mantles, he suggested, might have some curiosity value as museum pieces. The many gem-worked jade stones he contemptuously swept to one side, though K. Malinali tried to explain that their religious aspect made them the gifts most to be respected. The lapidary shrugged her off and said to Cortez, "They are not the jade of Cathay, not even a passable false jade. They are only carved pebbles of green serpentine, Captain, worth hardly more than our glass trade beads." I did not then know what glass is, and I still do not know what jade of Cathay is, but I had always known that our jade stones possessed only ritualistic value. Nowadays, of course, they have not even that. They are playthings for children and teething stones for infants. But at that time they still meant something to us, and I was angered by the way in which the white men received our gifts, putting a price on everything, as if we had been no more than importunate merchants trying to foist upon them spurious merchandise. What was even more distressing, although the Spaniards so superciliously set values to everything we gave them, they clearly had no appreciation of works of art, but only of their worth as bulk metal. For they pried all the gems from their gold and silver settings, and put the stones aside in sacks, while they broke and bent and mashed the residue of finely wrought gold and silver into great stone vessels, and set fires under them, and by squeezing leather devices pumped those fires to fierce heat, so that the metals melted. Meanwhile, the lapidary and his assistants scooped rectangular depressions in the damp sand of the shore, and into those they poured the molten metals to cool and harden. So what remained of the treasures we had brought, even those huge and irreplaceably beautiful gold and silver discs which had served Moctezuma for gongs, became only solid ingots of gold and silver, as featureless and unlovely as adobe bricks. Leaving my fellow lords to act their lordliest, I spent the next several days drifting to and fro among the mass of common soldiers. I counted them and their weapons and their tethered horses and staghounds, and other appurtenances of which I could not then divine the purpose, such things as stores of heavy metal balls and strangely curved low chairs made of leather. I took care not to attract attention as a mere idler. Like the Totonaca men whom the Spaniards had put to forced labor, I made sure to always be carrying something like a plank of wood or a water skin, and to look as if I were taking it to some destination. Since there was a constant traffic of Spanish soldiers and Totonaca porters between the camp of Vera Cruz and the rising town of Vera Cruz, and since the Spaniards then, as they still do, claimed that they could not tell the damned Indians apart, I went as unnoticed as any single blade of the dune grasses growing along that shore. Whatever pretended freight I carried did not interfere with my subtly using my topaz, and making notes of the things and persons I counted, and quickly jotting down word-picture descriptions of them. I could have wished that I was carrying a censer of incense, instead of a plank or whatever, when I was among the Spaniards. But I must concede that they did not all smell quite so bad as I remembered. While they still showed no inclination to wash or steam themselves, they did, after a day of hard work, strip down to their startlingly pale skin, only leaving on their filthy underclothes, and wade out into the sea surf. None of them could swim, I gathered, but they splashed about sufficiently to rinse the day's sweat from their bodies. That did not make them smell like flowers, particularly since they climbed right back into their crusty and rancid outer clothes. But the rinsing at least made them slightly less fetid than a vulture's breath. As I rambled up and down the coast, and spent the nights in either the Vera Cruz camp or the Vera Cruz town, I kept my ears as wide open as my eyes. Though I seldom heard anything rousingly informative, the soldiers spent a good deal of their talk in grumbling about the unfamiliar baldness of the Indian women's torsos, as compared to the comfortable hairy crotches and armpits of their women across the water. I did recover and improve my understanding of the Spanish language. Still, I took care not to be overheard by any of the soldiers when I practiced repeating their words and phrases to myself. As a further safeguard against exposure as an impostor, I did not converse with the Totonaca either, so I could not ask anyone to explain a curious thing which I saw repeatedly and was puzzled by. Along the coast, and especially in the capital city of Sampoalan, there are many pyramids erected to Tezcatlipoca and other gods. There is even one pyramid that is not square, but a conical tower of diminishing round terraces. It is dedicated to the wind god, Ehecatl, and was constructed so that his winds might blow freely about it without having to angle around corners. Every one of the Totonaca pyramids has a temple on top, but all those temples had been shockingly changed. Not a single one any longer contained the statue of Tezcatlipoca, or Ehecatl, or any other god. All of them had been scraped and scrubbed of their accumulation of coagulated blood. All of them had been refined on the inside with a clean wash of white lime. And in every one stood only a stark wooden cross and a single small figure, also made of wood, rather crudely carved. It represented a young woman, her right hand raised in a vaguely admonitory gesture. Her hair was painted flat black, her robe a flat blue, and her eyes the same. Her skin a pinkish white like that of the Spaniards. Most queer, the woman wore a gilded circular crown that was so much too large for her that it nowhere rested on her head, but was attached at the back of her hair. It was clear to me that, although the Spaniards had not sought or provoked any battle with the Totonaca, they had threatened and bullied and frightened those people into replacing all their mighty and ancient gods with the single pallid and placid female. I took her to be the goddess Our Lady of whom I had heard, but I could not see what made the Totonaca accept her as in any way superior to the old gods. In truth, from the vapid look of her, I could not understand why even the Spaniards saw in Our Lady any godlike attributes worth their own veneration. But then my wanderings brought me one day to a grassy hollow some way inshore, and it was full of Totonaca who were standing and listening, with an appearance of attentive stupidity, while they were harangued by one of the Spanish priests who had come with the military men. Those priests, I might remark, seemed not so alien and unnatural as did the soldiers. Only the cut of their hair was different. Otherwise, their black garments much resembled those of our own priests, and smelled very like them too. The one preaching to that assemblage was doing so with the help of the two interpreters, Aguilar and K. Malinali, whom evidently he borrowed whenever they were not required by Cortes. The Totonaca appeared to listen stolidly to his speech, though I knew they could not understand 2 words in 10 of even K. Malinali's Nahuatl translation. Among many other things, the priest explained that Our Lady was not exactly a goddess, that she was a female human being called Virgin Mary, who had somehow remained a virgin even while copulating with the Holy Spirit of the Lord God, who was a God, and that thereby she had given birth to the Lord Jesus Christ, who was the Son of God, thus enabled to walk the world in human form. Well, none of that was too hard to comprehend. Our own religion contained many gods who had coupled with human women, and many goddesses who had been exceedingly promiscuous with both gods and men, and prolific of godling children, while somehow retaining unsmirched their reputation and appellation of virgin. Please, Your Excellency, I am recounting the way things seemed then to my still untutored mind. I also followed the priest's explanation of the act of baptism, and how we could all, that very day, partake of it, although it was normally inflicted on children soon after their birth, an immersion in water which forever bound them to adore and serve the Lord God in exchange for bounties to be granted during this life and in an afterlife. I could perceive very little difference from the belief and practice of most of our own peoples, though they did the immersing with different gods in mind. Of course, the priest did not try in that one speech to tell us every detail of the Christian faith, with all its complications and contradictions. And although I, of all his audience that day, could best understand the words spoken in Spanish, Xiu, and Nahuatl, even I was mistaken in many of the things I thought I understood. For example, because the priest spoke so familiarly of Virgin Mary, and because I had already seen the fair-skinned, blue-eyed statues of her, I assumed Our Lady to be a Spanish woman, who might soon come across the ocean to visit us in person, and perhaps bring her little boy, Jesus. I also took the priest to be speaking of a countryman when he said that that day was the day of San Juan de Damasco, and that we would all be honored by being given the name of that saint when we were baptized. With that, he and his interpreters called for all who wished to embrace Christianity to kneel down, and practically every Totonacatl present did so, though surely most of those dull-witted folk had no least idea of what was occurring, and may even have thought that they were about to be ritually slaughtered. Only a few old men and some small children took their departure. The old men, if they had understood anything at all, probably saw no benefit in burdening themselves with yet another god at their time of life. And the children probably had more enjoyable games they preferred to play. The sea was not far distant, but the priest did not take all those people there for a ceremonial immersion. He simply walked up and down the rows of kneeling Totanaka, sprinkling them with water from a little wand in one hand, and giving them a taste of something from the other hand. I watched, and when none of the baptized fell dead or showed any other dire effect, I decided to stay and partake myself. Apparently it would do me no harm, and it might even give me some obscure advantage in later dealings with the white man. So I got a few drops of water on my head, and on my tongue a few grains of the salt from the priest's palm. That is all it was, common salt. And some words mumbled over me in what I know now is your religious language of Latin. To conclude, the priest chanted over all of us another short speech in that Latin, and told us that henceforth all of us males were named Juan Damasceno, and all the women Juana Damascena, and the ceremony was over. As best I can recollect, it was the first new name I had acquired since that of Urine Eye, and the last new name I have acquired to this day. I dare say it is a better name than Urine Eye, but I must confess that I have seldom thought of myself as Juan Damasceno. However, I suppose the name will endure longer than I do, because I have been thus inscribed on all the head count rolls and other official papers of all the government departments of New Spain, and the last entry of all will no doubt say Juan Damasceno, deceased. During one of my secret nighttime conferences with the other Mexica lords, in the flapping cloth house that had been erected for their quarters, they told me, Mochekuzoma has wondered much whether these white men might be gods or the Tolteca followers of gods. So we decided to make a test. We offered to sacrifice to the leader Cortez, to slay for him a Xochimilco, perhaps some available lord of the Totonaca. He was highly insulted at the suggestion. He said, "You know very well that the benevolent Quetzalcoatl never required or allowed human sacrifices to him. Why should I?" So now we do not know what to think. How could this outlander know such things about the feathered serpent, unless... I snorted. The girl Kay Malinali could have told him all the legends of Quetzalcoatl. After all, she was born somewhere along this coast from which the god made his departure. "Please, Michtzin, do not call her by that common name," said one of the lords, seeming nervous. "She is most insistent that she be addressed as Malintzin." I said, amused, "She has risen far, then, since I first met her in a slave market." "No," said my fellow envoy. "Actually, she was a noble before she was a slave. She was the daughter of a lord and lady of the Kotlikamac. When her father died and her mother remarried, the new husband jealously and treacherously sold her into slavery. Indeed, I said dryly. Even her imagination has improved since I first met her. But she did say that she would do anything to realize her ambitions. I suggest to all of you that you be most guarded in the words you speak within hearing of the lady Malinali. I think it was on the next day that Cortez arranged for the lords a demonstration of his marvelous weapons and his men's military prowess. And of course I was present, among the crowd of our porters and the local Totonaca who also gathered to watch. Those commoners were awe-stricken by what they saw. They gasped at intervals and murmured, "Ah, ya," and called often upon their gods. The Mexica envoys kept their faces impassive, as if they were unimpressed, and I was too busy memorizing the various events to make any exclamations myself. Nevertheless, the lords and I several times flinched at the sudden claps of noise, as startled as any commoners. Cortez had had his men build a little mock house of driftwood and some leftover ship's timbers, so far up the beach that it was only just visible from where we stood. On the beach before us, he had positioned one of the heavy yellow metal tubes on high wheels. No, I will call things by their proper names. The wheel-mounted tube was a brass cannon whose muzzle pointed toward the distant wooden house. 10 or 12 soldiers led horses into a row on the hard-packed, damp sand between the cannon and the shoreline. The horses wore some of that equipment I had earlier been unable to comprehend. The leather chairs, which were saddles for sitting on, leather reins for the animal's guidance, skirts of quilted material, very like our people's fighting armor. Other men stood behind the horses, with the giant staghounds straining against the leather straps that held them in check. All the soldiers were in full fighting garb, and very warlike they looked, with shining steel helmets on their heads and shining steel corselets over leather doublets. They carried swords sheathed at their sides, but when they mounted to their saddles, they were handed long weapons resembling our spears, except that their steel blades, besides being pointed, had protrusions at either side to deflect the blows of any enemy they rode against. Cortez smiled with proprietorial pride as his warriors got into position. He was flanked by his 2 interpreters, and Kay Malinali was also smiling, with the mildly bored superiority of having seen the performance before. Through her and Aguilar, Cortez said to our Mexica lords, "Your own armies are fond of drums. I have heard of their drums. Shall we commence this spectacle with a drum beat?" Before anyone could answer, he shouted, "For Santiago, now!" The 3 soldiers tending the cannon did something that flashed a small flame at the rear of the tube, and there came a single drum beat, as loud as any noise ever made by our drum which tears out the heart. The brass cannon jumped, and so did I, and from its mouth came a smoke like storm clouds, and a thunder to rival Tlalocs, and a lightning brighter than any of the forked sticks of the Tlaloque. Then, after my blink of surprise, I saw a small object hurtling away through the air. It was, of course, an iron cannonball, and it hit the faraway house and smashed it into its separate pieces of wood. The cannon's sudden crash of thunder was prolonged, as Tlaloc's often is, into a rumble of lesser thunder. That was the sound the horses' iron-shod feet made, pounding on the sand flats, for the riders had put their mounts to a full gallop at the moment the cannon had bellowed. They went off along the beach, side by side, as fast as any unencumbered deer could run, and the great dogs, let loose at the same time, easily kept up with them. The horsemen converged on the ruins of the house, and we could see the glint of their flourished spears as they pretended to cut down any survivors of the demolition. Then they all turned their mounts and came pounding back down the beach toward us again. The dogs did not immediately accompany them, and, although my ears were ringing, I could distantly hear the staghounds making ravenous roaring noises, and I thought I heard men shrieking. When the dogs did return, their fearsome jaws were smeared with blood. Either some of the Totonaca had chosen to hide near that mock house to watch the proceedings, or Cortez had deliberately and callously arranged for them to be there. Meanwhile, the approaching horsemen were no longer keeping in a line abreast. They were weaving their horses back and forth among each other, in intricate movements and crossings and patterns, to show us what perfect control they could maintain even at that headlong speed. Also, the big red-bearded man, Alvarado, did an even more amazing performance all his own. At full gallop, he swung off his saddle, and, holding to it with just one hand, ran alongside his thundering animal, easily keeping pace with it, and then somehow, without slowing speed, vaulted from the ground back onto the leather seat. It would have been an exploit of admirable agility, even for one of the fast of feet Raramuri. But Alvarado did it while wearing a costume of steel and leather that must have weighed as much as he did. When the horsemen had finished displaying the speed and sure-footedness of their massive animals, a number of foot soldiers deployed on the beach. Some carried the metal harquebuses as long as the men were tall, and the metal rods upon which those things must be rested for taking aim. Some carried the short bows mounted crossways on heavy stocks, which are held braced against the shoulder. A number of adobe bricks were brought by some Totonaca laborers and stood on end a good arrow's flight distant from the soldiers. Then the white men knelt and alternately discharged the bows and harquebuses. The bowmen's accuracy was commendable, hitting perhaps 2 of every 5 bricks, but they were not very quick with their weapons. After propelling an arrow, they could not just pull the bowstring back again by hand, but had to draw it taut along the stock by means of a small turning tool. The harquebuses were more formidable weapons. Just the crash of noise and the billows of smoke and the flashes of fire they made were enough to daunt any enemy facing them for the first time. But they threw more than fear. They threw small metal pellets, flying so fast that they were invisible. where the short arrows of the crossbows merely stuck in the bricks they hit. The metal pellets of the harquebuses struck the bricks so hard that they blew apart into fragments and dust. Nevertheless, I took note that the pellets really flew no farther than one of our arrows could fly, and a man using the harquebus took so long to prepare it for its next discharge that any of our bowmen could have sent 6 or 7 arrows at him in the interval. By the time the demonstration was over, I had still more bark paper drawings to show to Moctezuma, and much to tell him besides. I lacked only the pictured face of Cortez he had requested. Many years before, in Texcoco, I had sworn never to draw any more portraits, for they seemed always to visit some disaster upon the person I portrayed. But I had no compunction about bringing trouble to any of the white men. So the next evening, when the Mexica lords sat down for their final meeting with Cortez and his under-chiefs and his priests, there were 5 of us lords. None of the Spaniards seemed to notice or care that our number had been increased by a newcomer, and neither Aguilar nor Kay Malinali recognized me in my lordly vestments any more than they had when I was posing as a porter. We all sat and dined together, and I will refrain from comment on the eating manners of the white man. The food had been provided by us, so it was all of the best quality. The Spaniards had contributed a beverage called wine, poured from large leather bags. Some of it was pale and sour, some dark and sweet, and I drank only sparingly, for it was quite as intoxicating as Octley. While my 4 companion envoys carried the burden of what conversation there was, I sat silent, trying as unobtrusively as possible to capture Cortez's likeness with my chalk and bark paper. Seeing him close for the first time, I could discern that the hair of his beard was rather more sparse than that of his fellows. It could not adequately conceal an ugly puckered scar under his lower lip, and a chin that receded almost like a Maya chin. And I put those details into my portrait. Then I became aware that the whole circle of men had fallen silent, and I looked up to find Cortez's gray eyes fixed on me. He said, "So I am being recorded for posterity? Let me see it." He spoke in Spanish, of course, but his extended hands would have conveyed the same command, so I gave him the paper. "Well, I would not call it flattering," he said, "but it is recognizable." He showed it to Alvarado and the other Spaniards, and they severally chuckled and nodded. "As for the artist," said Cortez, still staring at me, "regard the face on him, comrades. Why, if he were plucked of all those feathers he wears, and powdered a little paler of complexion, he could pass for an hidrodongo, even a grandee. Were you to meet him at the court of Castile, a man of that stature and that craggy face, you would doff your hats in a sweeping bow." He gave the picture back to me, and his interpreters translated his next remark. "Why am I being thus portrayed?" One of my companion lords, thinking quickly, said, "Since our revered speaker Moctezuma will unfortunately not have the opportunity of meeting you, my lord captain, He asked that we bring him your likeness as a memento of your short stay in these lands. Cortez smiled with his lips, not with his flat eyes, and said, "But I will meet your emperor. I am determined on it." All of us so admired the treasures he sent as gifts that we are all most eager to see the other wonders that must reside in his capital city. I would not think of departing before I and my men feast our eyes on what we have been told is the richest city in these lands. When that exchange had been translated back and forth, another of my companions put on a mournful face and said, "Ah, the White Lord should travel such a long and hazardous way to find only disappointment." We had not wanted to confess it, but the revered speaker stripped and despoiled his city to provide those gifts. He had heard that the white visitors prized gold, so he sent all the gold he possessed, and all his other trinkets of any value. The city is now poor and bleak. It is not worth the visitors even looking at. When K. Malinali translated that speech to Aguilar in the Shiyu language, she translated it thus: "The revered speaker Moctezuma sent those trifling gifts in hope that the Captain Cortez would be satisfied with them and would immediately go away. But in fact, they represented only the merest skimming of the inestimable treasures in Tenochtitlan. Moctezuma wishes to discourage the captain from seeing the real wealth that abounds in his capital city." While Aguilar was putting that into Spanish for Cortez, I spoke for the first time, and quietly, and to K. Malinali, and in her native tongue of Kotli Kamek, so that only she and I would understand. "Your job is to speak what is spoken, not to invent lies." "But he lied," she blurted, pointing to my companion. Then she blushed, realizing that she had been caught in her duplicity, and that she had confessed to having been caught. I said, "I know his motive for lying. I should be interested to know yours." She stared at me, and her eyes widened in recognition. "You," she breathed, mingling fright, loathing, and dismay in that one word. Our brief colloquy had gone unnoticed by the others, and Aguilar still had not recognized me. When Cortez spoke again, and K. Malinali translated it, her voice was only a little unsteady. "We would be gratified if your emperor were to extend to us his formal invitation to visit his magnificent city. But tell him, my lords ambassadors, that we do not insist upon any official welcome. We will come there, with or without an invitation. Assure him that we will come." My 4 companions all began at once to expostulate, but Cortez cut them short, saying, "Now, we have carefully explained to you the nature of our mission, how our Emperor the King Carlos sent us with most particular instructions to pay our respects to your ruler, and to ask his permission to introduce the holy Christian faith into these lands. And we have carefully explained the nature of that faith, of the Lord God, the Christ Jesus, and the Virgin Mary, who wish only that all peoples live in brotherly love. We have also taken the trouble to demonstrate to you the insuperable weapons we possess. I cannot think of anything we have neglected to make clear to you. But before you depart, is there anything else you would know of us? Any questions you care to ask? My 4 companions looked bothered and indignant, but they said nothing. So I cleared my throat and spoke directly to Cortez, and in his own language. I have one question, my lord. The white men all looked surprised at being addressed in Spanish, and Kay Malinali stiffened, no doubt fearing that I was about to denounce her, or perhaps apply to take her place as interpreter. I am curious to know, I began, pretending humility and uncertainty. Could you tell me... Yes, prompted Cortez. Still seeming shy and hesitant, I said, I have heard your men, so many of your men, speak of our women as, well, incomplete in a certain respect. There was a clinking of metal and a squeaking of leather, as all the white men bent closer their attention to me. Yes? Yes? I asked as if I really wanted to know, and asked politely, solemnly, with no hint of scurrility or mockery. Does your Virgin Mary have hair covering her private parts? There was another clank and squeak of their armor. I think their opening mouths and eyelids almost squeaked too, as they all sat back and gaped at me, rather as your Excellency is doing at this moment. There were shocked mutters of locura and blasphemia and ultraje. Only one of them, the big, flame-bearded Alvarado, laughed uproariously. He turned to the priests dining with us and pounded his big hands on the shoulders of 2 of them, and, between his gusts of laughter, asked, Padre Bartolome, Padre Marced, have you ever been asked that before? Did the seminary teach you a suitable answer to that question? Have you ever even thought of it before? Eh? The priests made no comment, except to glare at me and grind their teeth and make the cross sign to ward off evil. Cortez had not taken his eyes off me. Still skewering me with his falcon gaze, he said, No, you are no hijodalgo or grandi, or any other sort of courtly gentleman. But you will bear remembering. Yes, I will remember you. Next morning, while our party was packing to depart, Kay Malinali came and imperiously beckoned to me, indicating that she wished a private discussion. I took my time about joining her. When I did, I said, This should be interesting. Speak, One Grass. Kindly do not address me by my discarded slave name. You will call me Melintzin or Doña Marina. She explained, I was christened with the name of the Santa Margarita Marina. That means nothing to you, of course, but I suggest that you show me the proper respect, for the Captain Cortez regards me highly, and he is quick to punish insolence. I said coldly, Then I suggest that you sleep very close against your Captain Cortez, for at a word from me, any of these Tochanaka hereabout will gladly slip a blade between your ribs the first time you are off guard. You are talking insolently now to the Lord Meachley, who earned the sin to his name. Slave girl, you may fool the white men with your pretensions to nobility. You may endear yourself to them by coloring your hair like a mestizo. But your own people see exactly that. A red-haired slut who has sold more than just her own body to the invader Cortez. That shook her, and she said defensively, I do not sleep with the Captain Cortez. I serve only as his interpreter. When the Tabascoop presented us, we 20 women were shared out among the white men. I was given to that man. She indicated one of the under-chiefs who had dined with us. His name is Alonso. Are you enjoying him? I asked dryly. As I recall from our earlier meeting, you expressed a hatred of men and the use they make of women. I can pretend anything, she said, anything that serves my purpose. And what is your purpose? I am sure the mistranslation I overheard was not your first. Why do you goad Cortez to press on to Tenochtitlan? Because I wish to go there. I told you so, years ago, when we first met. Once I get to Tenochtitlan, I care not what happens to the white men. Perhaps I will be rewarded for having brought them to where Moctezuma can squash them like bugs. Anyway, I will be where I have always wanted to be, and I will be noticed and known, and it will not take me long to become a noblewoman in fact as well as in name. On the other hand, I suggested, if by some quirk of chance the white men are not squashed, you would be even better rewarded. She made a gesture of indifference. I only wish to ask, to beg, if you like, Lord Meachley, that you do nothing to imperil my opportunity. Only give me time to prove my usefulness to Cortez, so that he cannot dispense with my help and advice. Only let me get to Tenochtitlan. It can matter little to you or to your revered speaker or to anyone else, but it matters much to me. I shrugged and said, I do not step out of my way just to squash bugs. I will not impede your ambitions, slave girl, unless and until they conflict with the interests I serve. While Moctezuma studied the portrait of Cortez and the other drawings I had given him, I enumerated the persons and things I had counted. Including the leader and his several other officers, there are 508 fighting men. Most of them carry the metal swords and spears, but 13 of them have also the fire stick harquebuses. 32 have the crossbows, and I venture to suppose that all the other men are equally capable of using those special weapons. There are, in addition, 100 men who were evidently the boatmen of the 10 ships that were burned. Moctezuma handed the sheaf of bark papers over his shoulder. The elders of the speaking council, ranged behind him, began to pass them back and forth. I went on. There are 4 white priests. There are numerous women of our own race, given to the white men by the Tabascoop of Capilco and by Patsinka of the Totonaca. There are 16 of the riding horses, and 12 of the great hunting dogs. There are 10 of the far-throwing cannons, and 4 smaller cannons. As we were told, Lord Speaker, there remains only one ship still floating in the bay, and there are boatmen aboard, but I could not count them. 2 of the council, 2 physicians, were solemnly scrutinizing my drawings of Cortez and conferring in professional mumbles. I concluded. Besides the persons I have mentioned, practically the entire Totonaca population appears to be at Cortez's command, working as porters and carpenters and masons and such, when they are not being taught by the white priests how to worship before the cross and the lady image. One of the 2 doctors said, "Lord Speaker, if I may make a comment." Moctezuma nodded permission. My colleague and I have looked hard at this drawing of the face of the man Cortez, and at the other drawings which show him entire. Moctezuma said impatiently, "And I suppose, as physicians, you officially declare him to be a man." "Not just that, my lord. There are other signs diagnostic. It is impossible to say with certainty, unless we should sometime have a chance to examine him in person. But it very much appears, from his weak features and sparse hair and the ill proportioning of his body, that he was born of a mother afflicted with the shameful disease Nanawa. We have seen the same characteristics often in the offspring of the lowest class of Matime." "Indeed," said Moctezuma, visibly brightening. "If this is true, and the Nanawa has affected his brain, it would explain some of his actions. Only a madman would have burned those vessels and destroyed his only means of retreat to safety. And if a man consumed by Nanawa is the leader of the Outlanders, the others must be vermin of even feebler intellect. And you, Michtzin, tell us that their weapons are not so invincibly terrible as others have described them. Do you know, I begin to think that we may have much exaggerated the peril posed by these visitors." Moctezuma was suddenly more cheerful than I had seen him in a long time, but his swift rebound from gloom to jauntiness did not dispose me to imitate it. He had until then held the white men in awe, as gods or messengers of gods, requiring our respect and propitiation, and perhaps our utter submission. But, on hearing my report and the doctor's opinion, he was just as ready to dismiss the white men as undeserving of our attention or concern. One attitude seemed to me as dangerous as the other, but I could not say that in so many words. Instead, I said, "Perhaps Cortez is diseased to the point of madness, Lord Speaker, but a madman can be even more fearsome than a sane one. It was only months ago that those same vermin easily vanquished some 5,000 warriors in the Olmeca lands. But the Olmeca defenders did not have our advantage. It was not Moctezuma who spoke, but his brother, the war chief Cuitlahuac. They went against the white men in the age-old tactic of close combat. But thanks to you, Lord Meachley, we now know something of the enemy's capabilities. I will equip the majority of my troops with bows and arrows, we can stay out of range of their metal weapons. We can dodge the discharges of their unwieldy fire weapons, and we can deluge them with arrows faster than they can send projectiles in return. Moteguzoma said indulgently, "It is expectable that a war chief speaks of war, but I see no need for fighting at all. We simply send a command to the Lord Patsinka that the Tutanaka cease all aid to the white men, and all supplying of food and women and other comforts. The intruders should soon tire of eating only what fish they can catch, and drinking only coconut juice, and enduring high summer in the hot lands." It was his snake woman, Tlakootsin, who disputed that. "Patsinka seems disinclined to refuse anything to the white men, revered speaker. The Tojanaka have never rejoiced at being our tributary subjects. They may prefer this change of overlords." One of the envoys who had gone with me to the coast said, "Also, the white men speak of other white men, countless numbers more, living wherever it is that these came from. If we fight and vanquish this company, or starve them into surrender, how can we know when the next will come, or how many they will be, or what more powerful weapons they may bring?" Moteguzoma's new cheerfulness had rather dissipated. His eyes darted restlessly about, as if he were unconsciously seeking an escape, whether from the white men or from the necessity of making a firm decision, I do not know. But his gaze eventually touched me, and stayed on me, and he said, "Michstin, your fidgeting speaks of impatience. What is it you would say?" I said without hesitation, "Burn the white men's one remaining ship." Some of the men in the throne room blurted, "What?" or "Shame." Others said things like, "Attack the visitors without provocation?" and "Open war without sending the tokens of declaration?" Moteguzoma silenced them all with a slashing gesture, and said to me only, "Why?" Before we left the coast, my lord, that ship was being loaded with the melted down gold and the other gifts you sent. It will soon wing away to the place called Cuba, or the place called Spain, or perhaps directly to report to that King Carlos. The white men were hungry for gold, and my lord's gifts have not sated them, but only whetted their appetite for more. If that ship is allowed to depart, with proof that there is gold here, nothing can save us from an inundation of more and more white men hungry for gold. But the ship is made of wood. Send only a few good Mexico warriors out upon that bay, my lord, by night and in canoes. While pretending to fish by torchlight, they can approach near enough to fire that ship. And then? Moteguzoma chewed his lip. Cortez and his company would be entirely cut off from their homeland. They would certainly march this way, and certainly with no friendly intent, not after such a hostile action on our part. Revered speaker, I said wearily, they will come anyway, whatever we do or refrain from doing. And they will come with their tame Totanaka to show them the way, to carry supplies for the journey, to make sure they survive the mountain crossings and their encounters with other people on the way. but we can prevent that too. I have made careful note of the terrain. There are only so many ways to ascend from the coast to the higher lands, and they all lead through steep and narrow defiles. In those tight places, the white men's horses and harquebuses and cannons will be all but useless, their metal armor no defense. A few good Mexico warriors posted in those passes, with nothing but boulders for weapons, could mash every man of them to pulp. There was another chorus of horrified exclamation at my suggestion that the Mexica attack by stealth, like savages. But I went on, more loudly. We must stop this invasion by whatever ugly means is most expedient, or we have no hope of averting further invasions. The man Cortez, perhaps being mad, has made it easier for us. He has already burned 10 of his ships, leaving us only the one to destroy. If that messenger ship never returns to the King Carlos, if not one white man is left alive and capable of even making a raft for his escape, the King Carlos will never know what became of this expedition. He may believe it traveled on forever without finding land, or that it disappeared in some sea of perpetual storm, or that it was obliterated by a formidably powerful people. We can hope that he will never risk sending another expedition. There was a long silence in the throne room. No one wanted to be the first to comment, and I tried not to fidget. Finally, it was Cuitlahuac who said, "It sounds practical advice, Lord Brother." "It sounds monstrous," grumbled Moctezuma. "First to destroy the outlanders' ship, and thereby prod them into advancing inland, and then to catch them defenseless in a sneak attack. This will require much meditation, much consultation with the gods." "Lord Speaker," I said urgently, desperately, "that messenger ship may be spreading its wings at this very moment." "Which would indicate," he said, impervious, "that the gods meant for it to go. Kindly do not flap your hands at me like that." My hands actually wanted to strangle him, but I constrained myself to a gesture of no more than resigned relinquishment of my proposal. He mused aloud. "If the King Carlos hears no more of his company and assumes them to be in trouble, that king may not hesitate to send rescuers or reinforcements. Perhaps uncountable ships bringing uncountable white men. From the casual way in which Cortez burned his 10 ships, it is apparent that the King Carlos has plenty in reserve. It may be that Cortez is only the merest point of a spearhead already launched. It may be our wisest course to treat warily and peaceably with Cortez, at least until we can determine how heavy is the spear behind him." Moctezuma stood up to signal our dismissal, and said in parting, "I will think on all that has been said. Meanwhile, I will send Quimichime to the Totonaca lands, and to all lands between here and there, to keep me advised of the white men's doings." Quimichime means mice, but the word was also used to mean spies. Motecuzuma's retinue of slaves included men from every nation in the one world, and the more trusty of them he employed often to spy for him in their native lands, for they could infiltrate their own people and move among them with perfect anonymity. Of course, I myself had recently played the spy in the Totonaca country, and I had done similar work on other occasions, even in places where I could not pass for a native. But I was only one man. Whole flocks of mice, such as Motekuzoma then sent, could cover much more ground and bring back much more information. Motekuzoma again called for the presence of the Speaking Council and myself, when the first Kwemichi returned, to report that the white men's one floating house had indeed unfurled large wings and gone eastward, out of sight across the sea. Dismayed though I was at hearing that, I nevertheless listened to the rest of the report, for the mouse had done a good job of looking and listening, even overhearing several translated conversations. The messenger ship had departed with however many boatmen it required, plus one man detached from Cortez's military force, presumably entrusted to deliver the gold and other gifts, and to make Cortez's official report to his King Carlos. That man was the officer Alonso, who had had the keeping of Kay Malinali, but of course he had not taken that valuable young woman with him when he left. The not noticeably bereaved Melinsian, as everyone was increasingly calling her, had immediately become concubine as well as interpreter to Cortez. With her help, Cortez had made a speech to the Totonaca. He told them that the messenger ship would return with his king's commission elevating him in rank. He would anticipate that promotion, and henceforth be entitled not mere captain, but captain general. Further anticipating his king's commands, he was giving a new name to Chem Anahuac, the One World. The coastal land which he already held, he said, and all land he would in future discover, would henceforth be known as the Captaincy General of New Spain. Of course, those Spanish words meant little to us then, especially as the Kwemichi relayed them to us in his Totonacatal accent. But it was clear enough that Cortez, whether pitiably mad or incredibly bold, or, as I suspected, acting on the prompting of his ambitious consort, was arrogating to himself limitless lands and numberless peoples he had not yet even seen, let alone conquered by combat or other means. The lands over which he claimed dominion included ours, and the people over whom he claimed sovereignty included us, the Mexica. Almost frothing with outrage, Cuitlahuac said, "If that is not a declaration of war, reverend brother, I have never heard one." Motekuzoma said uncertainly, "He has not yet sent any war gifts or other tokens of such intention." "Will you wait until he discharges one of those thunder cannons into your ear?" Cuitlahuac impertinently demanded. "Obviously he is ignorant of our custom of giving due advisement. Perhaps the white men do it only with words of challenge and presumption, as he has done. So let us teach the upstart some good manners. Let us send him our war gifts of token weapons and banners." Then let us go down to the coast and push the insufferable braggart into the sea. Calm yourself, brother, said Motekuzoma. As yet, he has bothered nobody in these parts except the paltry Totanaka, and even at them he has only made noise. So far as I am concerned, Cortez can stand on that beach forever, and preen and posture and break wind from both ends. Meanwhile, until he actually does something, we will wait.